Good morning, everyone. We'll now begin the special meeting of the Board of Regents at 8:33 a.m. At this time, Carrie, can you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho.
Here.
Vice Chair Downs.
Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Here.
Regent Batista. Regent Boylan. Regent Breger.
Here.
Regent Brooks. Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Fernandez.
Present.
Regent Goycochea. Regent Goodman. Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask Regent Breger to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. Now I'll move to item number 1, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 933-5568-7402 and passcode 555555. Before opening public comment this morning, I just want to recognize that we have a full agenda today and a workforce committee meeting at 1 p.m. Public comment is very important to us, and we want to hear your voices. But I will kindly ask those who make public comment to please sign in with Holly Herrera of our board staff, and please be as brief as possible. And if comments become repetitive, we will need to cut you off. You may express yourself by coming to the podium as a group with one spokesperson or saying ditto or very briefly stating your position. And you may also submit your written public comment, which is posted to the NSHE website and emailed to all regents. In an effort to recognize public comment, I will let you know that so far this morning for item number 3, interim president appointment, we've had 3 written public comments in favor, 1 expressed concern. Item number 4 for collective bargaining, 23 in favor. And item number 8, transgender student athlete participation, 1 opposed to banning their participation in athletics and concerned with the rhetoric. In an effort to recognize public comment, we will continue to keep it open for you throughout the meeting. And I'll ask all members of the public to please respect what I'm requesting so that we can have time to do the important work that we do as a board. So at this time, I will open public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is public comment in Reno.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jenna Atencio, Jenna-Atencio for the record. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Nevada, Reno, and have the pleasure of serving as the co-president of the ACLU Nevada's grassroots student-led club, UNR People Power. We're a student club that focuses on advocating for and educating on civil rights. I'm here to provide public comment in neutral regarding agenda item 8. One of our biggest focuses as advocates for civil rights is opportunity. Fostering an environment of inclusivity as opposed to hatred and exclusion is incredibly important to community and well-being. Rhetoric aimed at devaluing trans athletes' lives in an attempt to protect women doesn't solve the issue in female athletics. Researchers describe how issues in women's sports find root in sexual harassment, pressured eating disorders, and psychological abuses by coaches, highlighting the fact that issues in women's sports have existed for decades but are not addressed. Researchers at the University of Nevada found that men's sports teams spent double what women's teams spent. Women's teams had to maintain their own facilities, and that their locker rooms are open to the public. Looking at both of these points, the first being that inclusivity is imperative to maintaining and ensuring Nevada's historical diversity, and the second point being that trans athletics in women's sports are not the problem, sexual assault and abusers are. It's clear that trans women in sports is not the biggest issue faced by athletes and shouldn't be prohibited. On behalf of UNR People Power, we will always support trans people's rights to exist and right to participate in athletics. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Akila Gopal, AKHILA GOPAL. I'm a GA or graduate assistant at UNR. I'm here to speak in favor of AB 191 as a part of the Nevada Grad Student Workers UAW. I would like to share 3 short testimonies submitted by fellow GAs. These were collected through a survey last year that was completed by over 400 GAs across Nevada. Number 1, I have dealt with sexual harassment by the supervisor I was assigned as a GA with, and when I came forward to have myself removed and replaced to a new GA assignment, they made it seem like it was an inconvenience of their time and made excuses for the supervisor's behavior, saying, "That's just the way he is." Number 2, the conditions of the laboratory I had worked in had many occupational and health hazards. Attempting to work with my supervisor to fix it, I was told to just forget about it and do nothing. I reported the issues to Environmental Health and Safety Department and left his lab due to bullying and the unsafe working conditions. Number 3, many supervisors will bully their GAs into submission in the form of threats of firing them, taking away their projects, or revoking their visa. On top of it all, I feel isolated and cannot talk to anyone for fear of word getting back to my supervisor or being seen as weak. Fear-mongering between supervisors and GAs is a serious issue. Sexual harassment, bullying, lack of job stability, dangerous working conditions, all of these issues raised by my fellow GAs point back to the same underlying problem, a power imbalance between GAs and the university. Today, we ask for your support of AB 191 to solve that problem by giving GAs an equal voice with NSHE to negotiate over and implement real solutions. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Noah Neiman, spelled Noahnieman. I'm a PhD teaching assistant and a proud member of the Nevada Graduate Student Workers UAW. I'm here to ask you to support AB 191. I would like to focus on a typical GA workload. The GA contracts describe a full-time graduate assistantship is based on a 20-hour work week. Show of hands for GAs in the room in Reno and in Vegas. How many of us regularly work over 20 hours a week? Keep your hands up if you work over 40 hours a week regularly. Keep your hands if you work over 50 hours a week regularly. Thank you. Suffice to say, it is very much the norm that GAs are expected to work far beyond their contracted working amount. Additionally, current standards claim that the graduate teaching assistants may teach no more than 2 courses per semester. One can easily find and verify the GAs that are listed as the instructor of records for as many as 5 undergraduate sections at once. That means 5 course loads, 5 classrooms full of students, 5 times the grading to complete. Simply put, overworking yields worse research and worse teaching. People become burned out, conduct less research, teach less efficiently. And this can cause people to leave the university system in Nevada before graduating. In extreme cases, overworking can also cause long-lasting physical and psychological harm. To be clear, myself and my fellow GAs enjoy and value the work we do, but being massively overworked benefits nobody and hurts us all. The good news is that there is an effective way to solve this issue, is to support AB 191. This ensures GAs have a seat at the table to bargain for a mutually beneficial agreement that works better for everybody. Again, please vote in favor of AB 191 to support Nevada's higher education system and the people in it. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Finley Avetsmark, Finley Aavatsmark, and I'm a graduate assistant at UNR and a member of NGSW UAW. My goal today is to show that the conditions for graduate workers have changed drastically as access to graduate school has increased while necessary external barriers to sustain a graduate degree have remained. I was the first in my family to graduate high school, let alone pursue a higher education degree. As a first-generation student from a low-income background, the barriers to higher education did not end once I was granted access. Throughout my graduate degree, I faced housing insecurity, including homelessness, for almost 12 months. I've watched my family face evictions and homelessness, and I've experienced medical insecurities and postponed medically necessary surgeries. So I did not lose income and risk housing insecurity again. Many of us do not have external financial or emotional support, and many of us are the support for those that we care for. Equitable access isn't possible until a diverse demographic of graduate students are given the power to engage in collective bargaining, and we deserve protections, fair wages, and a voice in the conditions that directly affect our lives and futures. Thank you for your time and providing us the opportunity to make comments today. I urge you to support AB 191 and recognize NGSW UAW.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Regents. My name is Clay Renshaw, that's RENSHAW, and I serve as a graduate assistant within NSHE and a member of Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. I'm here today to respectfully urge that you take a support position on Assembly Bill 191, a bill that would simply extend collective bargaining rights to non-classified professional employees, including graduate assistants. Today, you will hear concerns about the fiscal note attached to the legislation, and I'd like to speak to that directly. NSHE's fiscal note estimates that 20 additional staff would be required to implement this bill, including 7 labor attorneys. By comparison, the state's labor relations unit supports collective bargaining across 12 bargaining units and over 19,000 classified employees, and operates effectively with only 2 attorneys and 4 other staff. This discrepancy suggests that the fiscal impact of AB 191 has been significantly overstated. It's important to recognize what AB 191
Thank you. Your
does
time
and
is
does
up.
not do.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Reset the clock.
No, yeah,
Okay.
the time didn't reset. Thank you. It's important to recognize what
I'll
AB
give you
191 does.
one more minute, but I feel like at this point, the comments are getting a bit repetitive for support of
I
AB
appreciate
191.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's important to recognize what AB 191 does and does not do. It does not impose any automatic raises or mandates. It does not bypass institutional oversight. It merely enables the legal framework for graduate assistants to engage in structured dialogue as equals through collective bargaining, a right already afforded to 3,000 NSHE classified staff. Collective bargaining is not a disruption, it's a proven model for real collaboration. In many states like Alaska, Washington, and New Mexico, graduate assistants have bargained agreements with their administrations that contribute to stronger research output, better retention, and more competitive recruitment, all of which improve the academic mission of the university. Supporting AB 191 and recognizing our graduate assistants union is not only the right thing to do, it's a practical investment in the long-term strength of Nevada's public higher education system. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Helen Kidane, HELEN, and I'm a graduate assistant at UNR and a member of Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. I'm here today to urge you to support Assembly Bill 191. The value of our contributions as graduate assistants have been made clear so far and will continue to be made clear. We are essential to the university. Despite that, many of us struggle with financial insecurity, lack of benefits, and no real employment protections. Supporting this bill means recognizing our work and giving us a seat at the table to negotiate fair wages and working conditions. It's not just about our success, it's about making UNR more competitive and attracting and retaining top graduate students. GAs at public universities in many of Nevada's neighboring states have formed unions and negotiated collective bargaining agreements with their administrations, including University of Alaska, University of Washington, Washington State University, Western Washington University, University of Montana, Montana State University, University of Oregon, Oregon State University, Oregon Health and Science University, Portland State University, University of New Mexico, New Mexico State University, University of California, California State University, and more. Personally, I love teaching and mentoring undergraduates. It's an investment in the future of Nevada's workforce. But when students ask me where they should apply to grad school, I hesitate to recommend a Nevada university. Not because I doubt the academic quality, but because I know firsthand the challenges we face here. How can I, in good faith, encourage someone to come here when our own institutions don't respect their graduate workers' decision to have an equal voice in their workplace? If NSHE wants to attract top talent to its programs, it absolutely must provide an environment that supports and values its workers. That starts with sitting down at the bargaining table. That is why I urge you to support AB 191 and recognize NGSW UAW. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Perez, Saraperez, and I'm a graduate assistant in the School of Public Health at UNR. I'm here in support of AB 191. I'd like to share my perspective on how collective bargaining in AB 191 can improve public health. There's robust evidence showing that unions improve workers' health, and to my knowledge, no evidence suggesting that unions harm health. Unions raise wages, reduce inequality, and mitigate workplace discrimination, all of which are strongly associated with better health outcomes. They also enhance workplace safety, further contributing to overall well-being. Recognizing our union will come with modest initial costs, and I understand that this is a factor that the board will be considering. But I'd like to emphasize that the implications of this bill have significant long-term fiscal benefits. Healthy employees are productive employees. Healthy GAs are better researchers and teachers, both of which directly benefit the university. A union contract signals to prospective grad students that you care about your grad assistants, which could attract even more high-quality applicants. While refusing GAs collective bargaining rights might lead to short-term savings, it poses long-term risks. Continued poor working environments and conditions for GAs will lead to higher burnout and turnover, reduced productivity, and a bad reputation that could deter prospective top scholars from choosing our universities. When discussing AB 191, I urge you to consider all the impacts, which include long-term positive returns on investment for NSHE. You have the opportunity to improve the health and well-being of GAs and reduce long-term costs by recognizing our union. With good faith bargaining, we can work together to strengthen the university's commitment to Nevada and its families. Thank you for your time.
Amy Payson, AMY, PASON, and today I'm representing the Nevada Faculty Alliance in support of AB 191. What I want to emphasize is that members of NFA are NSHE faculty, and it's been these faculty who have brought this legislation in the past 4 legislative sessions. We just happen to also be members of our state and national AAUP chapter, because this is the vehicle that we think best advocates for our working condition issues. For example, yesterday there was a hearing on AB 188, which would restore the retiree health care benefits for your faculty and classified staff. NFA was in support with our Ask Me Fellows workers in this bill, not NSHE lobbyists, not our institutional lobbyists. When you deliberate on this issue, make sure that you are asking questions of experts in the room. Ken Irvin has been part of this legislation for the past 4 legislative sessions. He knows the bill inside and out, including the constitutional issues. Jim New, he has been on the bargaining table at both the administrative and the faculty side at TMCC. He knows the process. He knows how long it takes. In terms of shared governance, it's not a replacement for collective bargaining. And I know, because I was Senate chair for 2 terms. In regards to your own NSHE policy, when I was chair of chairs, I asked what was the process for faculty senates to bring forth an agendized item about policy. I was told by the acting officer at the time and the interim general counsel at the time, because we were in interims at that time, that all the faculty senate needed to do was to bring up an issue and that the system office would look into it. It's been 3 years since we asked for this to be looked into. So Faculty Senate cannot change policy on our own. And in fact, we were told if NFA was going to pursue the legislative path, that NC would just wait and see what the legislator had to say first. So this is why we continue to go through the legislative session to be able to get rights that other state workers have. Thank you.
Good morning, Ian Hartshorn, IANHARTSHORN. I'm a faculty member and a member of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Today you have the opportunity to take a position on AB 191. I urge you to support or remain neutral on AB 191. Supporting AB 191 means supporting fair negotiation, open communication, and shared obligations. AB 191 does not encumber a single penny outside of Nevada's budget process. While you'll hear much about potential costs and ramifications, remember that AB 191 extends equal rights to professional employees that other state employees have. Taking position against it sends a clear message to your faculty colleagues that you do not support our equal rights enshrined in law. Ask yourselves the following question. If you are opposed to a well-organized collective bargaining system enshrined in law as it is for other state employees, what problem-solving measures are you endorsing instead? Costly litigation? No doubt some of Nevada's lawyers would love that. Deteriorating morale? Slow and contentious grievance processes on narrow topics? None of these support our mission of providing high-quality education to Nevadans. There will be plenty of time to negotiate costs, policies, or plans with any collective bargaining units that may form in the future, Attempting to sidestep these conversations by preventing collective bargaining rights doesn't solve problems. It simply reroutes frustrations into costlier and more disruptive paths. I believe in our shared mission, and I believe that campus management and campus workers can sit across the table from one another without armies of high-cost lawyers, as they do already in multiple campuses under rules that even many regents have recognized are outdated. I believe that the problems can be solved faster and easier when everyone knows their rights. You're going to set the tone for campus relations in the coming years. Let's show those who doubt our governance of our system that we can successfully manage our affairs in a spirit of collaboration. Thank you.
Good morning. Jim New, NEW, Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm also the president of Local 6766 of the TMCC chapter of the NFA. You've heard it mentioned, but there's probably no one else in NSHE who has as much experience in faculty contract negotiations than I have. TMCC and the NFA have negotiated 9 contracts, and I was at the bargaining table for 5 of those 9 negotiations. The first 4 times, I was an administrator. Shortly after I was promoted to faculty in 2021, I engaged in negotiations as a faculty member for the first time. So it's not an exaggeration when I say I have extensive experience with the collective bargaining process from an administrator's perspective. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about the claims in the briefing papers you received regarding AB 191. They are grossly exaggerated. For example, it will not be necessary to hire the equivalent of a new full-time administrative unit to engage in negotiations. At TMCC, as well as CSN and WNC, negotiators have always done the work as part of their workload without additional compensation or reduction of responsibilities. It's true that negotiations are sometimes arduous, but they typically only occur every 3 or 4 years. We know this from 30 years of experience. Claims that 22,000 NSHE employees will suddenly become eligible for collective bargaining are also exaggerated. But even if that were true, it's grossly overstated. If NFA and the UAW are wildly successful in the next 5 years, we expect there would be an additional 3 or 4 bargaining units, not dozens. NFA officers welcome any opportunity to answer your questions, but our opportunity comes in the public comment period. That's why we're here. Other than engaging in dialogue with employees, AB 191 obligates you to nothing without your agreement or without funding from the state.
Thank you.
We hope you will support it.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members, regents, chancellor. Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance, Director of Government Relations. We urge your support of AB 191, which establishes collective bargaining for professional employees. We have submitted detailed information about the bill. We have addressed some misperceptions of the bill or collective bargaining processes, as well as NSHE's highly inflated fiscal note. The Board of Regents has provided for collective bargaining policies for 50 years, including for graduate assistants in the handbook in the 1970s and early 80s. However, the policies in Title IV, Chapter 4 are outmoded and do not even reflect actual practice. More importantly, only legislation can provide oversight, for example, of the State Government Employees Management Relations Board to settle bargaining unit or contract issues. Other Nevada public employees and their governmental employers have been well served by provisions that are included in AB 191, including many provisions that are not listed in the presentation in the board packet. For example, the procedures for bargaining unit recognition and elections. Can we assume that NSHE is okay with those provisions? The board has several options to provide direction on AB 191. A position in support means supporting the bill as is. Neutral means you don't care whether it passes, but may want NSHE to provide information about implementation. Opposed can either mean opposed on principle or ideologically, or opposed with some specific aspect of the bill, which still could be amended after dialogue with the sponsor. Or you could take no action and let the legislative process play out. NFA urges you to support AB 191 to provide faculty and graduate assistants the same collective bargaining rights as other public employees in Nevada. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Cooper, D-A-V-I-D-C-O-O-P-E-R. I am the Nevada State Faculty Senate Chair, and I'm here today to ask you to support in favor of AB 191. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the board. My name is Cody Chris, C-R-I-S, and I am a graduate research assistant at Molecular Biosciences at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm also here as a member of the Nevada Graduate Student Workers UAW Union, respectfully urging you to support Assembly Bill AB 191. I've served as a graduate assistant in both teaching and research roles at both of our great institutions, first as a master's student at UNLV, and now as a PhD student at UNR. Like my colleagues across both institutions, I am proud to have served in my capacity as a researcher and contributed to the important scientific output of our state that brings both prestige and grant money to our institutions of higher education in Nevada. Also, like many of my colleagues, however, I have witnessed discrimination against students and retaliation against them for raising concerns to the university on multiple occasions. As the backbone of our university's system's research enterprise, graduate assistants deserve the dignity and respect afforded by the collective bargaining that this bill would provide to us. This right to bargain on the conditions of employment is already afforded to other employees of the NSHE system. We're simply asking this to be expanded to also include the engine of our research apparatus in Nevada, the graduate student workers. I urge you to support Assembly Bill AB 191 to recognize the NGSW UAW so that we all may move forward with the shared dignity and voice that every contributor to Nevada's future deserves. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ginger Doe, Jingerdoe, and today I am speaking in regard to Agenda Item 6. And I'm the current TMCC Faculty Senate Chair, and I'm voicing support for the Fire Rescue Training Facility. The TMCC community recognizes the need for additional training for firefighters across the state, and are proud that the proposed fire rescue training facility will not only support training local firefighters, but throughout the state, including in rural areas that are greatly impacted and in need. I have heard nothing but adamant support from the TMCC community for the fire rescue training facility. Thank you for your consideration of this proposed facility and your time this morning.
Good morning. My name is Waylon Gilbert. That's Gilbert. I'm a doctoral candidate in TA at UNR and a part of NGSW UAW. I am present in support of AB 191. When NSHE graduate assistants decided to unionize last fall, we did not come to the administration with a list of demands. We did not threaten, we did not disrupt. We simply invited the administration to negotiate with us so that we could work on improving our workplace together through a process that gives us a voice in the work that defines our lives. We have communicated this through every democratic means of expression available to us. We have gathered support from an overwhelming majority of our colleagues. We have engaged in peaceful protest. We have passed a resolution in favor of unionizing through our elected student governing body, the GSA. We have received letters of support from a majority of Nevada's elected legislators. Some of the administration's claims and allegations touch on matters of policy, which many of my coworkers have already addressed. But I would ask the Regents to think bigger about the most fundamental American value, democracy. Respecting our choice to unionize and collectively bargain means respecting the democratic will of our community. There comes a point when we must ask ourselves, do our institutions support democracy only in the sense that they provide buildings for people to vote in every 2 years? Or do they support democracy as a living, breathing thing, as our chosen way of living in American society? I urge the Regents to stand in support of AB 191 to reaffirm our university's commitments to democracy as an ongoing act of learning and collaboration. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Jessica Munger, Munger. I'm a mom in Washoe County, a former athlete, as well as representation for Silver State Equality, Nevada's statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization, and I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 8. In an extremely disappointing decision, the NIAA decided to go back on their trans-inclusive policy of 10 years at an April 2025 board meeting. The reversal of this existing policy does not just harm trans girls in Nevada, it can lead to harm for all girls who seek to participate in sports too. When we look at the data from the Center for American Progress, it's been demonstrated by states with trans-inclusive policies that it has been demonstrated that states with trans-exclusive policies have decreased participation among girls in sports. In states that are fully trans-inclusive with their sports policies, girls' participation has remained static. The Board of Regents would like to support women's sports. Time should be spent looking into more funding opportunities, hiring women coaches, offering clinics and events, acquiring new equipment, and increasing accessibility for women, rather than restricting who gets to play. In a congressional hearing in December, the National Collegiate Athletics Association President Charlie Baker stated that of the 510,000 athletes in the NCAA, he is aware of less than 10 trans athletes. That is 0.002% of all athletes. That makes attempts to ban these handful of athletes a targeted attack. It also obviously disproportionately impacts girls and women, as these policies are only ever applied to girls. To enforce these bans, girls have to prove they are cisgender. The enforcement of these bans leads to nothing short of large-scale sexual assault. It leads to all girls to need genital exams, sexual assault, to determine if their bodies are girly enough, if their bodies look how others think they should look. Manufactured outrage over 10 or so athletes deepens the danger to all girls, opens them up to stricter scrutiny about their bodies, and opens the door to large-scale sexual assault and genital exams. Girls deserve a chance to play, a chance to compete, and protection from adults examining their bodies to qualify them.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good morning. My name is Kian Assemi, Kian Assemi, and I am a doctoral candidate and graduate research assistant at UNR. While I have been privileged enough to have a layer of safeguards that protect me financially during my graduate experience, most of my colleagues don't have this luck. It is particularly hard for my international colleagues to afford to live, which creates an unreasonable amount of stress beyond the expected stress of graduate school. Due to the circumstances of their visas, they are limited in the number of hours they are allowed to work per week, and they are forbidden from working for anyone outside the university. In addition to this, they are charged additional fees for things like tuition because they are international students. The inadequate compensation paired with the cost of living in Reno places them in a constant state of financial insecurity. Despite having skill sets that would be highly valued outside the university, they have no option but to depend entirely on their university stipends. This leaves them vulnerable, often working beyond their paid hours under the unspoken expectation that graduate students should go above and beyond without complaint. We are lucky enough to have many international students in our program, and we benefit from this diversity. As graduate students, we all endure hardships, but the circumstance for international students is even more difficult. They're not able to negotiate given their restrictions. They need a means of protection and advocating for fair compensation and working conditions. The well-being of my colleagues who make significant contributions to UNR and the community of Reno is neglected, and I am not convinced that that will ever change without a union to fight for their best interests. I urge you to consider the power dynamics at play in graduate school that make unions necessary. I urge you to support AB 191 and recognize the right of graduate workers, including our most vulnerable peers, to collectively bargain for fair and humane conditions. Thank you for your time.
Morning, Regents, Chancellor, Vice Chancellors, System Presidents, and staff. My name is Nancy McCormick, capital MC, capital CORMICK, Senior Vice President, Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. And my comments today are related to the retirement of Dr. Hilgerson. Having worked closely with her for the entirety of her tenure as president of TMCC, we have been extremely impressed with her strategic thinking, her collaboration with internal and external stakeholders, her relationships with faculty and students, her proactive mindset, and her focus on inclusivity. Here are a few accomplishments I wanted to highlight and recap today, though I don't have adequate time to truly capture her amazing impact on education, the college, and students. She has been instrumental in expanding workforce initiatives to strengthen and diversify Northern Nevada's economy with large companies such as Tesla, Panasonic, and more recently Lighten, as well as companies both large and small in healthcare, logistics, culinary, advanced manufacturing, technology, and more. In collaboration with the Student Government Association, she helped establish the TMCC soccer field and launched both men's and women's soccer, with volleyball coming this fall. She oversaw the renovation of the Learning Commons Library, as well as new labs for the sciences, expanded public health programs and spaces, and she will see the groundbreaking of the TMCC Theater on April 29th. She is a champion for environmental sustainability and led TMCC to achieve 100% green-powered energy and represented both TMCC and the Reno community at COP28 through partnerships with the Second Nature and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. She has worked with Dr. Jill Biden. She serves on multiple boards, including PBS Reno, EDON, and is an active member of the Sparks Rotary. Additionally, I know you'll be discussing the proposal of the TMCC Fire Training Rescue Facility today, and EDON fully supports this expansion. Thank you for the opportunity to share just a short list of her many accomplishments and for all she has done for the community.
Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair, members of this esteemed Board of Regents. My name is Jill Tolles, Jilltolles. I'm the Executive Director of the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. We are a statewide, nonpartisan policy research center, and we are affiliated with the University of Nevada, Reno under the Provost's office. We also have robust partnerships with faculty, graduate students, and subject matter experts at NSHE institutions across the state, including UNLV and Boyd School of Law. And I'm here to speak about agenda item number 3 in support of Chris Heavey as interim president of UNLV. I know Chris Heavey as a board member at the Gwynn Center and also as a confidant and a close friend. And many of you know me in my role as the executive director of the Gwynn Center. You also know me for my time at the legislature as a 3-term assemblywoman. But you may not know that I have an extensive background in higher ed. I've spent over half my life at the University of Nevada, Reno in particular, as a student and as a teacher. I also taught at TMCC for 5 years and at UNR for almost 20 years. And over that time, I've learned that leadership matters, that a president casts the vision, sets the course, and influences the culture of the campus. And that is why I think Chris Heavey is the perfect person for the job for such a time as this. I have personally witnessed the respect that he's garnered by those who work with him and for him. I'm impressed by his track record of dedication to UNLV over his years of teaching, service, and leadership. And I've observed his keen insight as a psychologist to help navigate difficult situations and bolster healthy relationships on and off campus. So it's for those reasons and many more that I hope you will approve his appointment. Thank you. And thank you for your service. Appreciate you. Congratulations on your retirement. We're going to miss you.
That looks like all the public comment from Reno.
Thank you. Public comment here in Las Vegas. And I'll remind you to keep your comments as short as possible. We've got a long meeting ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Board of Regents. I appreciate all of you. So my name is Teresa Marie, and my public comment is not in my official capacity as GPSA president, but in my position as a graduate assistant who has experienced retaliation and abuse at the institutional level. So far much that I have actually changed my career path and gone back to being an attorney. And that should say a lot, that my morals align back with being an attorney rather than staying in higher ed right now. Systemic abuse of employees is not contained within a tight bubble. Abuse of faculty, staff, and students has been witnessed and adjudicated at higher education institutions for decades. And she has recognized this abuse of faculty and staff by voluntarily and statutorily recognizing the rights to organize and to collectively bargain. This provides protections from the known systemic abuse of those employees. However, it leaves GAs open to that abuse. While the current interim chancellor, members of the board, and UNLV leadership has been willing to meet with the students leading the organizing efforts to hear concerns and to attempt to address the current climate of abuse, this does not guarantee a long-term protection for our GAs. In 10 to 20 years, when we have a new board, new presidents, and a new chancellor, without the statutory right of protection as a system, you are leaving students and GAs open for further abuse and potentially even more egregious experiences far beyond what you have currently heard. I ask that you vote in favor of supporting AB 191 and to support our graduate assistants in their rights to organize and collectively bargain. I need more time because there's other agenda items, but I also want to say that I do support the appointment of Provost Heavey. He has been amazing in the time that he has stepped up. Anytime when I was a student, as student leader currently, in 6 more days and I'm gone. But he has been amazing and he has addressed every concern that I have brought to his attention. But I do know that time is short and we have things that we need to address now. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cavallo, Vice Chair Downs, member of Regents, and Chancellor Charlton. I'm Professor Hong Hui Deng from Lee Business School of UNLV. I currently also work as advisor of UNLV for UNLV's China program, the role in which makes me work very closely with Chris Heavey since he worked as a provost. So I'm here today to express my strong support to Chris Heavey as his role of the interim president of UNLV. Actually, I sincerely hope the Board of Regents will consider appointing him as the permanent president. I have been working with Chris for more than 8 years. I would like to share with you by following 3 reasons why I support him. First, leadership in creating strategic initiatives. Under Chris' leadership and tireless efforts, we successfully created a Science Institute, which got a $15 million donation from Science Collaboration. This accomplishment highlighted that his exceptional capability of fundraising. and cultivating strong partnership. Second, advancing global partnership. During his tenure as provost, we have established partnership with several top 10 universities in China. Those partnerships help UNLV strongly stands for as a R1 research institute. Third, fundraising excellence in global vision. I have taught the executive MBA in Peking University, which is called China Harvard University. Half of the billionaires has been my student. During our visit in China, I introduced several of them to Chris Heavy. All of them impressed by his leadership vision and global characters. All of them expressed interest in supporting UNLV in the
Thank
future.
you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Gilberto Murillo, Murillo, and I'm commenting on agenda item number 3. I'm a proud first-generation college graduate from UNLV, where I studied from 2018 to 2023. My very first day as a college student was also the first day of my first job as a student worker on campus. Today, I have the privilege of continuing to serve UNLV through my work with the Office of Online Education and the Teaching and Learning Commons. UNLV has been a major part of my life for the past 7 years and holds a very special place in my heart. Like most students, I didn't know many of the higher-ups in administration when I was a student. You might recognize the name of the president, but that's about it. The only exception for me was Chris Heavy. Dr. Heavy was a name and a face that stood out because he consistently showed up for students, whether it was through open forums, thoughtful communication during difficult times, or just being present on campus. He has made it clear that he cares deeply about the student experience. That kind of visibility and genuine engagement is rare. As a staff member, I've taken a look behind the curtain, that is administration, and my respect for Chris Heavy has only gone up. He embodies a university spirit and is passionate for everything that this institution stands for. I fully support the motion to appoint Chris Heavy as interim president, and I want to express my strong support for him to be our next permanent UNLV president after the mandated one-year interim appointment. He has the experience, the integrity, and most importantly, the trust of many in our campus community. I believe he represents the kind of leadership UNLV needs now and moving forward. Thank you.
Doug Unger, DOUG, UNGER, Acting President, UNLV Chapter, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Regarding Agenda Item 3, though we have not conducted a member survey, consensus of the UNLV NFA Chapter is to support the appointment of Dr. Christopher Heavy as interim president of UNLV for reasons of his proven competence and for continuity of leadership. On Agenda Item 4, AB 191, Collective Bargaining for Faculty, Professionals, and Graduate Assistants, when I first read NSHE's sky-high fiscal note attached to the bill, I recalled the renowned author H.G. Wells and his quote I teach my writing students, quote, "When nothing is believable, nothing will be believed." How can anyone believe what NSHE asserts when the state's labor relations unit has 2 attorneys plus 4 Division of Human Resource Management staff positions for 12 collective bargaining units covering 19,000 state workers, while NSHE claims it needs 7 lawyers and 13 staff positions for probably fewer bargaining units and not that many more employees. It's unbelievable, and legislators know it. The fiscal note negatively affects NSHE credibility for other requests, budgets, for example, so it's politically unwise. Don't believe misrepresentations about AB 191. Our UNLV Faculty Senate voted to support our graduate assistants seeking these rights. Surveys show almost 70% of our faculty are in favor of this bill. For my part, I believe AB 191 will achieve just and balanced mediations of personnel issues and can avoid costly litigations. For AB 191 offers a sustainable vision for higher education, more needed now than ever, to support our shared mission to educate students, provide them with opportunities, and help them to succeed. Thank you.
Morning, y'all. My name is Teresa Martinez-Twa, Martinez-TWA, that's French Canadian, and weird. I'm currently a first-year MFA screenwriting candidate and a GA. I have an undergraduate degree in organizational structures and systems from the University of Iowa, And in my previous, very exciting career, I spent my time working with pre-IPO startups to create efficient and profitable systems to attract capital investments. I spent yesterday trying to figure out the funniest punchline to a fart joke. I take both of my careers very seriously. And I mention them because they seem like they are opposites. They're actually both part of a larger system. Entertainment is money. Last year, in fourth quarter earnings, Warner Brothers reported $39.3 billion in revenue. I am also a member of SAG-AFTRA. I am a member of unions, and I am part of a union house. What I want to say is I would like you to consider the connection between strong unions and revenue growth for all of Las Vegas, not just for the university. For companies that support unions, $39.3 billion. There are union representatives at all levels at Warner Brothers. There are union representatives at every show on Las Vegas Boulevard. There are unions that are making America stronger. This is part of your legacy. You have the ability to say yes to something. Say yes to something that is inherently American, which is coming together. We're not asking to throw tea into the Boston Harbor. What we are asking for simply is the opportunity to come together in something that is very American, that is very democratic. And it speaks to the strength of Nevada, and it speaks to the strength of your board. I see my time is up. I thank you for your time today. And if anyone would like that punchline, I'm available out in the hallway. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name's Alistair Dias. That's spelled Allister, last name Dias, D-I-A-S. This is my last week, technically, as student body president, so roughly a week from today, I'll be handing the torch off to my successor, the person next in line. I brought him here today. But I just kind of wanted to take some time to advocate for a few things. Number one, I just wanted to voice my support for Dr. Chris Heavey as appointed as UNLV's next president. In my time as student body president, Dr. Heavey has been nothing but supportive, communicative, and he's been very open about not only the things that administration does, but open with student government. And I think that those are the traits that really make a true leader, and I think that's something that UNLV could really use. I wanted to also voice my support for our graduate students here. Even though I'm an undergraduate, I work at the Writing Center on campus, and pretty much all of my coworkers are grad students, and this is a topic that they've been working towards and working about since I was a freshman. This was like 2021, 2022. So I know how important it is for them. So I'd suggest the board really keep an open mind and open ears and really listen to what they have to say. I also wanted to kind of voice my support for a few things as well. I know later on in this agenda, we're going to be talking a little bit about student athletes. So I just wanted to kind of let you guys know that it's important to have the students who will be affected from that discussion in the room and to advocate for the needs of all students on UNLV's campus and for NSHE as a whole. So I think it's important for us to really, as I said, keep an open mind and open heart about what kind of discussions we can have and how we can do them. And lastly, I know that we talk a little bit about IT use. So I know that UNLV is pursuing a lot of IT-related initiatives. So I'd suggest the board keep an open heart to that. I know a lot of students feel pretty strongly about that, and they would like to see something of that nature. But thank you all for your time, and I appreciate the work that you all do.
Hello. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Kelechi Odunze, spelled K-E-L-E-C-H-I-O-D-U-N-Z-E, and I am the incoming student body president of the undergraduate student government at UNLV. Talking with my fellow students, we appreciate the transparency and inclusivity of the March 28th listening sessions to appoint a UNLV president. The student body values strong, stable leadership, and I respectfully support the appointment of Dr. Chris L. Heavey as interim president. Dr. Heavey has demonstrated commitment to students and academic integrity throughout his tenure. We urge the board and Dr. Heavey to prioritize continuity, student engagement, and transparent communication during this transition. Our student body also recognizes the significant contributions of our graduate student assistants and faculty. AB 191 offers them a stronger voice in their working conditions, which can directly impact teaching quality and our student experience. Not only that, it encourages students to continue their learning at the graduate level. While we understand the fiscal implications, supporting fair labor representation aligns with our core values, and we encourage the board to adapt a supportive and collaborative approach. UNLV students also increasingly rely on digital infrastructure for learning. Research and communication, cybersecurity, Wi-Fi reliability, and modern systems are non-negotiables in 2025, and we support the IT funding allocation and recommend incorporating more student feedback in this process. Lastly, we appreciate the board's effort to stay informed on the topic of transgender student athletes, as this will impact a lot of members of our student body. The student body stresses the importance of upholding inclusion, fairness, and dignity for all student athletes. Any future policy discussions should include input from student leaders, athletes, and legal experts to ensure a just and balanced approach. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Vachette. I serve as the Senior Associate Director for Student Organizations and Fraternity and Sorority Life at UNLV, and I'm here today to reaffirm in the strongest possible terms my support for Dr. Chris Heavey as interim president and ultimately permanent president of UNLV. Dr. Heavey is not only the most qualified person for the role, but also one who's earned the trust of students, faculty, and staff. In nearly every forum, especially our most recent listening session, person after person spoke passionately in support of his leadership. That kind of genuine, broad-based endorsement cannot be manufactured. It's earned through years of service, consistency, and care. I want to sincerely thank Chancellor Charlton for placing the recommendation of Dr. Heavey's interim appointment on today's agenda. It's a critical step in the right direction. Now I ask you continue to do what's right for UNLV. Vote yes. Set our university on a path towards stable, thoughtful leadership. I fully support Dr. Heavey's appointment as interim president, and when the time comes, rest assured, I will be here just as vocal, supporting his transition to permanent president as permitted by the NSHE handbook. Thank you for your time and commitment to UNLV.
Good morning, Chair Cavallo, Vice Chair Downs, and members of the Board of Regents and Chancellor Carlton. My name is Deanna Marino-Contino, and I'm the Associate Vice President for Student Life at UNLV, and I have the honor to serve as a UNLV Rebel. I'm here to reaffirm in the strongest possible terms my support for Dr. Chris Heavey as interim president and ultimately as our permanent president. Dr. Heavey is not only the most qualified candidate for the role, but has demonstrated exceptional leadership. Our students deserve a dedicated leader who can offer stability, vision, and forward-thinking strategies. His ability to connect with faculty, staff, students, and the broader Southern Nevada community is exactly what UNLV needs to elevate its position as a leader, as a Research One institution of higher education, economic development, and community engagement. Our students deserve the very best, and Dr. Heavey is committed to ensuring their education is transformational. Their opportunities for workforce development are abundant, and their journey continues as proud, engaged alumni. I fully support Dr. Heavey's appointment as interim president, and when the time comes, I will also be here to support his appointment to permanent president. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to UNLV.
Good morning, Dan Stewart, STEWART. I am President of Development of Gardner Group here in Nevada. Gardner Group is the master developer of the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. I'm here to speak on item 5 and request your support on Senate Bill 220. This bill is all about education, training our future workforce, and diversification of our economy. SB 220 will create learning opportunities and new career options for our students throughout Nevada. This bill supports and enhances the mission of UNLV and UNLV Tech Park in many ways, but in many ways not yet even imaginable what this could bring to Southern Nevada and the state at large. Nothing of this magnitude has ever come along that would have such an impact on UNLV and the other institutions of our higher educational system. This is a singular moment in time and an opportunity to transform UNLV and add to its already superior curriculum. SB 220 must pass for the film studios to be built on the UNLV Tech Park property. We are requesting your complete support for the passage of SB 220, which is why I'm here today. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Chancellor and members of the Board of Regents. My name is Brandon Bircher, CEO of Bircher Nevada Development, and we are the owner-developers of the proposed Nevada Studios, a 34-acre, $900 million media campus located at the Gardner Group's UNLV Harry Research and Development Park. 5 years ago, Senator Roberta Lang and Bircher brought to life a vision to completely reimagine Nevada's film tax credit program so that it would finally be attractive to global content creators. You have all received a letter from the Senator, along with a PowerPoint presentation, comparing the two bills that you will be evaluating this morning, which highlights the vast economic advantages of SB 220 provides the education community. There are 5 primary differences I would like to highlight. The film portion of the bill could provide up to $1 billion from the private sector to the education community, creating approximately 8,800 jobs. The film campus will be operated by the MBS Group, the largest film production service provider in the world. The Creative Technologies Initiative portion of the bill invests $12.5 million to grow 3 new industries for Nevada: aerospace, medical, video game publishing, and adding another 12,000 permanent jobs. The bill provides for a 50,000 square foot media and technology lab with free rent for the upper division film programs at several NSHE institutions. And what we are most proud about in these financially trying times is that SB 220 is projected to return $1.02 for every dollar in film tax credits provided by the state and provides a 44-time return on the state's contribution. It is the only bill being presented for your consideration today that is a workforce-ready, economy-building bill that assures public tax dollars remain on publicly owned land. And as you evaluate these profound differences of the bills, I would like to make myself available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ali Baluch, B-A-L-O-O-C-H, and I'm a GA in the math department at UNLV. I'm here to ask for your support in securing collective bargaining rights for graduate workers through the bill AB 191. I have brilliant colleagues that are leaving UNLV this semester because they lack the basic support they need. One GA was required to grade a professor's exams at that professor's home, a clear abuse of power that they have no control over because their visa status would be at risk. That possibility of retaliation keeps many of us silent in these situations, especially today. Without independent grievance processes or enforceable protections, harassment and discrimination will persist unchecked. A union isn't just about fairness, it's about preserving excellence. By supporting our right to collectively bargain, you're ensuring that graduate workers can advocate, from fighting the funding cuts to erasing all disparities in academia. This would all be with you, not against you. The majority of graduate workers urge you to support AB 191 and recognize Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is Joaquin Diaz-Rosignoli. That's Diazrossignoli. I'm a GA at UNLV in the Interdisciplinary Neuroscience Program, working in the Drosophila Lab here. And I'm here to say support AB 191. A supermajority of graduate students voted to form this union. And to ignore that would be to ignore the democratic will of the GA body. Having a concrete framework for collective bargaining would allow for GAs to meaningfully advocate for ourselves and have more stability in our work, less dependence on just the pure goodwill of the administration. And the more stability you have in your job, the easier it is to do your job, a job which helps the entire university run and function. We GAs do integral work, both in teaching and research, that actually maintains this university, and we deserve to have the protections of regular employees. And if nothing else, again, a full supermajority, 66% of us over that actually, I think it's now 70%, voted to have this union. That is the will of the GAs, and if there's anyone to listen to about this issue, it's the people it directly affects, right? So once again, please support AB 191.
Good morning, the members of Board Region. My name is Bart Ritt. I'm the assistant professor in residence. The reason I came here today is that I wholeheartedly endorse Dr. Chris Heavey as the interim president of UNLV and the ultimate president of UNLV. Dr. Heavey is the leader UNLV needs. His character, professionalism, and leadership are unmatched. And these will continue to elevate our university. It's not only approachable and inclusive, connecting meaningfully with faculty, staff, and students, but he also fosters the culture of collaboration and mutual respect. What speaks volumes about Dr. Heavey's leadership is his genuine care. When I was hospitalized, Dr. Heavey, whom I had not even personally known at the time, was the first high-ranking official to show up at my door. That gesture left a lasting impression and revealed the kind of leader he truly is. Someone who doesn't just talk about the community, but embodies it. He leads with empathy, integrity, and purpose, and my wife and I deeply admire and respect him. Beyond his compassion, Dr. Heavey is insightful, intelligent, proactive, and engaged. He possesses both the intellectual sharpness, aka IQ, and emotional intelligence, aka EQ, that are so vital in academic leadership. I witnessed his vision firsthand at the lecture series I attended, where his dedication to meaningful dialogue was clearly on display. Dr. Heavey truly understands the values and vision UNLV needs. He is a great example of servant leadership. He is the leader UNLV needs, and we would be proud to see him to continue his leadership at a higher level, serving our community, our UNLV family. Thank you for hearing a message that truly comes from the heart. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Laurel Pritchard, Laurel Pritchard, for the record. I'm here this morning in support of the appointment of Dr. Chris Heavey as interim president of UNLV, and furthermore, to encourage his appointment when the time is appropriate as permanent president of UNLV. As my colleagues have so eloquently spoken, he is the most qualified individual and his character is beyond question. And we believe that he's the right leader for UNLV now and for the future. So we encourage you to vote in support of Agenda Item 3. Thank you for your time, attention, and support.
Ted Chodock, CHODOCK. Good morning. I am a member of the current CS and NFA collective bargaining negotiation team. We've recently seen concerns raised about AB 191, including a large fiscal note attached to this bill. But our experience on the ground tells a different story. CSN's most productive negotiations have happened when attorneys were not at the table on either side. Without high legal costs and drawn-out conflict, faculty and administrators were able to reach agreements that both sides described as sustainable and fiscally responsible. AB 191 provides Nevada's higher education faculty with full collective bargaining rights. Access to the Employee Management Relations Board, EMRB, through this bill provides an efficient structure that helps resolve disputes before they escalate. And arbitration is only triggered in the rare cases where issues cannot be settled otherwise. Importantly, arbitration is not a one-sided tool. It does not hand control to either party. It simply introduces a neutral third party to help resolve only the most intractable issues, guided by evidence, precedent, and financial reality. The truth is that strong contracts save money. When expectations are clear and rights and responsibilities are well defined, disputes decrease, morale goes up. These are not speculative benefits. They're proven outcomes we've already seen at CSN and other campuses. AB 191 rewards institutions that negotiate in good faith. It respects the professionalism of faculty without requiring unnecessary expense. And it supports our public institutions by encouraging internal solutions. I urge you to support AB 191. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for taking the time to be here today. My name is Logan Magid-Weiss, and I am a LOGAN MAGAD-WEISS, and I'm a PhD student in the Geosciences Department at UNLV. I stand before you today to encourage you to support Assembly Bill 191. What I would like to focus on is that this issue is not one of willingness to work hard, but rather the dignity of that hard work. None of the GAs signed up here to pursue a graduate degree because we thought it would come easy. We're here because we want to learn, teach, and develop ourselves as we move towards our professional careers. We are here because we're striving to achieve a better career and life for ourselves, our children, our families, and those around us who we value. It's no secret that the pay we receive is not sufficient to support an individual in 2025, let alone a family. A simple Google search of the cost of living in Las Vegas will elucidate that. The rigor of graduate programs between classes, teaching, and research does not leave getting another job as a viable option, particularly for those who have families. We know stories of students donating blood or using other methods to attempt to earn money so that we can afford to support ourselves. I look to all of you and ask, is that right? Would you want that for your children, for your nieces and nephews, for your grandchildren, just to make ends meet for the month? Should people have to bear the extreme expectations of graduate education while not knowing if they'll be able to pay their bills after all that effort? This is about the dignity of our work and the essential nature of it to this university. We want to work hard. We're not looking for a free handout. We take pride in everything we do here. We just want to be able to focus on that work, knowing we have the sufficient income, benefits, and support to do our jobs, to have dignity in our work as we pursue a better future. That's something I think everybody on this board can identify with, and I hope you'll all support AB 191. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Stephanie Letourneau, it's spelled Letourneau, and I'm a graduate assistant in physics at UNLV, as well as a member of the Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. Today, we're here to hopefully get your approval for AB 191, not only because it is the right thing to do, but because we believe that your support is important for the bill to pass. One of the responses we have heard from administration is a union really necessary? Administration and NSHE have made this claim several times. Well, my colleagues and I have been working outside of a collective bargaining framework. And some of the conversations that we've been having lately, my colleagues and I, are things like what day the food bank at UNLV is open, why the GA offer letter for us is now only for 6 months at a time instead of a year, what percentage of our paycheck goes to dental insurance, how to get the most out of lunch at the dining commons so that we can save money by not eating breakfast and dinner, or which apartments near campus are the cheapest yet safest. The experience of GAs is a unique one, a sort of in-between state for people, and I fear that this is why situations like these with my peers are the norm. We have been overlooked and taken advantage of by an institution that we are also an integral part of. But this is why I hope you truly listen to us as we tell you these experiences. These comments from my fellow GAs should shock you with how fragile of a system this really is and how much turbulence is caused by the system we currently have. There needs to be change, and we deserve a seat at the table to discuss those changes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Isabel Perrin. That's Perron. And I am a graduate student and worker here at UNLV. I am here today to encourage you all to vote in support of Assembly Bill 191. Graduate workers are not only students. We are researchers, educators, and vital contributors to the academic output of this university. By supporting AB 191, NSHE would be affirming our essential role in granting us our right to have a say in our working conditions. When graduate workers have a seat at the table, we can advocate for fair pay, sustainable workloads, and protections against harassment and retaliation. Being granted these basic needs will directly translate into better research outcomes, more consistent teaching quality, and a more sustainable and stable academic environment for everybody. When institutions like NSHE respect and empower their academic workers, they don't just uphold fairness, they strengthen their own future. Respecting graduate assistants is not optional if we are to remain competitive, productive, and worthy of being called a top research university. Recognizing the union is not just a show of respect, it's an investment in the quality and reputation of Nevada's public universities. Support for AB 191 is support for a stronger, more equitable, and more successful university system. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Madeline Overton. That's Overton. I'm a GA in the Physics and Astronomy Department, where I do astrophysics research, and I am a teaching assistant. GAs have been working towards collective bargaining for years because we know that collective bargaining is the best way to address workplace problems. In meetings with NSHE leadership, NSHE has acknowledged that these issues are serious and deserve some time to sort them out. However, some administrators have claimed that our problems exist because we don't understand or we don't know about the current systems. This is simply not the case. GAs have decided that collective bargaining is the best way to address workplace issues. And now you have the opportunity to drastically and immediately improve the lives of thousands of people by supporting this bill. Alternatively, you can continue to shirk responsibility, and by refusing to cooperate with our democratic choice, you're prolonging the hardships of GAs. Please support your employees by supporting AB 191.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Tkach, TKA, as in cat, Z as in zebra. For the record, I'm a graduate assistant in English at UNLV, a PhD student and a member of the NGSW UAW. I'm here to voice my support for AB 191 and to ask you to support it as well. I'll keep this short. We're essential. We do so much work for the university, and the people that I have in my department, my colleagues, they want to do that work. They're here because they believe in education. They believe in supporting undergrads. And at the same time, they suffer needlessly. I myself have had to walk friends and colleagues over to emergency services at CAPS because of harassment that they've received at the hands of the system under which we work. So we would love for you to support AB 191 and show that you support us, GAs, who make this system go around. And I also want to add that we look forward to working with Dr. Chris Heavey on these issues as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and everyone, Chancellor. My name is Evelyn Adam, AIRAM. I am a GA in the SIHS at UNLV. Today here, I rise not just as a voice among many, but as a reflection of a collective hope shared by more than 1,500 GAs across Nevada's state institutions. Every day, GAs step into the classroom and laboratories, elevating the academic reputation of our institution. GAs are not visitors to the system. We are the system. And yet, we remain excluded from decisions that affect our lives. Today, you've heard about the realities behind our titles. You've also heard about harassment and discrimination, how too often they go unaddressed because GAs lack enforceable protections and an independent grievance process. I've myself listened to micro-workers quietly share stories of being harassed, discriminated against, or unfairly treated, feeling like nothing could be done because they didn't want to risk their careers. Many of them are still suffering right now as I speak to you. So the question becomes, when will it finally be enough? For international scholars like myself, the risks of speaking out are even more complicated. In this current system, raising our voice can mean risking our immigration status, our education, our lives that I worked so hard to build and all of us have. As we sit in this room today, I ask us all to remember democracy doesn't begin or end at the ballot box. It lives in the choices we make, the people we listen to, the system we shape. When 1,500 graduate assistants make a clear democratic decision to unionize, honoring that choice is not good governance. It is a moral imperative. Will you be remembered as stewards of progress or defenders of a broken status quo? I urge you to be remembered not for preserving power imbalances, but for correcting them. Support AB 191, recognize our union, show that this system values not only education, but the people who it makes it possible. Because when you empower the people who make our university thrive, you make the university truly worthy of their mission.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, your attention, and I hope your courage.
Good morning, Chair, Regents, and members of the Board of Regents. My name is Deborah Earl, E-A-R-L. I'm a mom of 5 and a member of the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force to Protect Women's Sports. I'm here today to ask you to take a courageous stand to protect women's sports at the collegiate level across Nevada. The NIAA has already taken steps to uphold Title IX and defend the integrity of women's sports in high school. And now it is time for Nevada universities to do the same. Title IX was created to ensure fairness and equal opportunity for women. It opened doors to competition, scholarships, and records that once excluded female athletes. Over the last several years, we have watched those doors of opportunity close as boys have been allowed to compete in girls' sports. Today, women are being forced to compete against males. Records set by dedicated female athletes are being erased by men who are stronger and faster in every measurable metric. Titles are being stripped, scholarships stolen, and opportunities lost. This is not progress, this is erasure. Women do not consent to being forced into unfair competition. Title IX is not exclusionary. Every student can and should be able to compete, but in the category that aligns with their biological sex. That is common sense, that is fair play. Finally, the Trump administration has made it clear that biological sex is binary. Universities who do not uphold Title IX risk losing federal funding. Nevada's institutions will lose funding if we fail to act. I urge you to uphold Title IX, protect opportunity, preserve fairness and safety for the next generation of women and girls. Fair play in sports is not a political statement. It is a principle, and it must be protected at every level of competition. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Marcy Smith, SMITH. I'm honored to be here to speak to you today about Agenda Item 8. I am a Reno High School graduate, a recipient of a full athletic scholarship, and that has helped to lead to the accomplishment of a lifelong dream, winning an NCAA national title in the 100 backstroke many years ago. I'm currently the mother of 2 budding athletes in the state here in Las Vegas. I'm also the chair of the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force on Protecting Women's Sports and the co-founder of ICONS, the Independent Council on Women's Sports. Our legal counsel represents Riley Gaines and 18 other female athletes suing the NCAA currently, as well as 3 Penn swimmers who are teammates of Leah Thomas suing the Ivy League. And probably most importantly to the people in this room, 2 female athletes from UNR's volleyball team, alongside 5 other teams of women suing the Mountain West Conference currently over discrimination and violations of Title IX just in this recent fall women's volleyball season. So my question is, what has been done since to ensure this never happens again? This is, you may you may believe the NCAA has taken care of this, but their current policy is full of more holes than Swiss cheese. Most notably, they have offloaded all responsibility and oversight from themselves onto your individual shoulders and the shoulders of universities to comply with Title IX and make sure this never happens again. Please take this seriously. Ensure your female athletes have safe and protected sports and access to privacy on your campus. It is their Title IX right. Thank you.
Chancellor Charlton, Chair Cavallo, esteemed regents, I am Dr. Deborah Arteaga, DEBORAH, ARTEAGA, Faculty Senate Chair for UNLV. I encourage you to name Officer in Charge Hebe as interim president. He is a seasoned administrator, he has the right values, and we need stability in leadership at this point. But another reason I am supporting him is because I think he's the person who can address the problems I keep hearing about. As Faculty Senate Chair, if you get an email or a phone call or two from faculty members about a problem in a specific area, then you know that it is an isolated issue and you can try to help address it. But if you get several phone calls and emails from faculty, administrative, and academic across campus about the same type of problem, then you know you have a systemic issue, and that's what we have at UNLV. Faculty across campus have told me that they are afraid to express their opinions because of fear of retaliation. Retaliation happens often at UNLV at all levels. I have been subjected to it in the past by a department chair and recently, even though I'm faculty senate chair. Further, I hear that decisions are being made top down with no input, again at all levels. We have a lot of smart faculty members at UNLV who have things to contribute, but they are afraid. The reaction of supervisors is typically to try to identify the faculty member who complained instead of addressing the issues that led to the complaint. Longtime faculty members refer to it as the, quote, UNLV way, end quote. That is not okay. Our culture at UNLV needs to change, and I believe that Officer in Charge Hebe is the person to change it. Thank you.
Dr. Bill Robinson, past chair of the UNLV Senate. Regents, I apologize for taking you past 10 o'clock. I won't be doing this very much more often. I want to start by talking about this gentleman right here. He should be the interim president for sure, and probably the permanent president. I think because of some of the issues that my chair just talked about, the faculty, at least at this point, would prefer that there was a search. And that's because, again, this culture on campus. We've had, especially the last 3 years, just appointment after appointment after appointment, things happening and people popping up, and no compliance with rules that need to be there. I'm pretty sure he can win over everybody's hearts and minds. I was going to give you examples, but when my colleague who was shot 8 times is standing here telling you about him, that's better than... Anyway, collective bargaining. Not one of them stood up here and said this is about money. This is about the fact that the policies that are established by the Board of Regents and the campuses are not being followed. And I've talked to you about management a couple times. I don't think you spend enough time on budgets. I don't think you spend enough time on planning. I think you spend too much time on things that don't matter. When you pass policy, but you don't pass any enforcement mechanism, when the campuses pass policy, and we have over and over and over again tried to talk about this, about our former boss, and got nowhere. When there's policies and procedure, and they're good policies and procedure, but you don't make anyone follow them, you get an hour and a half of public comment and people wanting to form a union because there's no sense that the policy, it's not that there's no policy, it's that we're not following the policies that are there, and there's no consequences for violating those policies. In fact, you get retaliated against. I think he'll try to take care of that on our campus, but the board needs to help us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. Caller with the phone number ending in 5218, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. My name is Bree Schmidt, BRISCHMIDT. I'm a lifelong Nevada resident who has attended NSHE institutions since 2016, speaking on agenda item 8. It can be hard to understand what it means to be transgender, especially if you've never met a transgender person. And it's common to have questions at first, but we can all agree that transgender students should be treated with dignity and respect just like everyone else. Changing sports policies to be less inclusive negatively impacts sports participation and students' mental health. Title IX is vitally important when it comes to women's sports. If we want to support women's sports, we should be providing more funding and more opportunities to play and creating stronger laws to protect female athletes from harassment and abuse, not banning transgender individuals from participating in sports with their peers and introducing more opportunities for sexual assault by allowing further regulation of women's bodies. I hope the board makes time to actually speak to trans athletes in Nevada before making a decision on a sports policy for the entire state. It would show a great lack of integrity to refuse to look the person you are harming in the eye before you deny their ability to participate in sports. Additionally, I fully support the rights of my fellow students to collectively bargain. Unions are the beating heart of our labor force, and many individuals of younger generations are unaware of the incredible love and strength that comes with being part of a union. Being part of a union has been one of the most empowering experiences of my life as a member of the working class, and giving students and faculty the same rights that other state employees are afforded should have no question in your mind as being the right thing to do. I encourage you to move forward today and act with integrity, honesty, and an open heart. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5292, please press *6 to unmute your phone. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. My name is Claire Williams, WILLIAMS, and I'm a PhD candidate and graduate assistant at UNR. I'm part of NGSW UAW, and I'm here in support of AB 191 and GA union recognition. I came to UNR in 2021 after finishing my bachelor's degree in biochemistry and my master's degree in biodiversity and conservation. While at UNR, I've published 9 peer-reviewed papers, been awarded over $100,000 in external funding, taught microbiology labs to Nevada's next generation of nurses, dentists, and doctors, and intensively mentored several UNR undergraduate students in how to conduct research. I say these things to demonstrate today that despite our student status, we are fully fledged researchers and workers in our own right. UNR is an R1 institution because of the work that my fellow GAs and I do. And yet, we face ongoing issues of job insecurity, low pay, and most importantly, unsafe and in many cases, unchecked workplace abuse. If NSHE wants to attract top talent to its programs, it must absolutely provide an environment that supports and values its workers. I mean this not abstractly, but concretely. Presently, there are incredible researchers and educators who are actively choosing other universities over UNR because of the conditions of employment. I myself chose to come here over MIT and Notre Dame because I believed in the value of the work I could do. But I've regretted that decision at many points, and I've had to have frank conversations with potential grad workers about whether or not it made sense for them to come to UNR, given what I know they need to be successful and what UNR provides. I care deeply about the educational future of Nevada, and it's my mission to ensure that UNR achieves its educational mission. At present, it is not positioned to do so. Collective bargaining would enable GAs to shape the university in ways that make it much more competitive and successful. I ask that you support AB 191 and recognize our union. Thank you.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 9351. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ted Johnson, spelled Johnson. I'm a graduate assistant at UNLV, and my teaching duties kept me from attending this meeting this morning in person. I'm here along with our grad union, Nevada Graduate Student Workers UAW, to voice my strong support for AB 191. And my ask is that the board vote to support this critical bill at the Nevada State Legislature this session. AB 191 provides NSHE and NSHE professional employees with a robust and fair framework to bargain collectively over the terms of our work if a majority of an appropriately defined bargaining unit chooses to do so. NSHE already enters into collective bargaining with nearly 1,000 of its employees under Title IV, Chapter 4 of the NSHE handbook, and in fact could choose to enter into a CBA with graduate assistants without any further direction from the state legislature. In the absence of such action by the board, support for the passage of AB 191 would go a long way to support graduate assistants who have made a clear democratic choice to unionize. Respecting the democratic choice of GAs to form unions does not have to be costly to the university. Universities across the West, including the University of Washington, University of New Mexico, and University of Montana, have bargained CBAs with GAs, and those GAs have continued to generate rising research and teaching revenue that more than offsets the cost of bargaining and administering the CBAs. The cost of the system is small compared to the immense benefit to employee well-being. I'd like to remind you that we, the professional employees covered by AB 191, do the research that gives our institutions their R1 status. We teach the classes that Nevadans rely on to further their careers and better their lives. An instructor who's not worried about paying for groceries or the safety conditions of their lab has the peace of mind to create engaging lessons and investing significant time into their students. GAs and NSHE can agree on our shared goal of providing the best education we can to our students, so I hope the board will choose to support GAs today. I urge you to vote to support AB 191 and recognize NGSW UAW. Thank you.
Okay, next caller with the phone number ending in 7940. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Cody Hunter, CODYHUNTER, and I'm calling in to ask you to support AB 191. I'm a non-tenure track faculty member at UNR, and a collective bargaining agreement will help me and continuing NTT faculty like me feel more secure in our jobs, and it will give us greater opportunities to advocate for our needs as teachers who are continuously working to improve student learning outcomes and retention. Additionally, AB 191 is essential for ensuring that all NSHE professionals, including graduate students and qualifying part-time faculty, have the same access to collective bargaining, the same sense of security, and the same access to decision-making that is essential for doing our job and best meeting our needs, our students' needs, and our institutions' needs. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support AB 191.
Next caller with the phone number ending in 2180. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Krista Diamond. That's Krista, and Diamond, like the gemstone. I'm calling about agenda item 4, asking you to support AB 191. I'm a graduate teaching assistant in the English department. I received my master's at UNLV, and I'm currently getting my PhD at UNLV. And I just wanted to add that unions, collective bargaining are not radical. They're not scary. The Las Vegas Strip is completely unionized right now for the first time in its 90-year history. So this is a standard. This is what we as graduate students want to make our working conditions better, and we respectfully ask for you to support it. Thank you.
Okay, next caller with the phone number ending in 0095. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name is Amy Kavanaugh, CAVANAUGH. I'm a professor of biology at TMCC, secretary of TMCC NFA, and a constituent of Regent District 9. I have 2 main points to make today. The first is that the board should support AB 191 for all the reasons you've already heard. As a former Senate chair, I saw how easily issues of collective bargaining were brushed aside when raised by faculty senate. AB 191 grants us the same collective bargaining rights as other state employees so that our voices cannot so easily be silenced. I especially want to focus on the pleas of our graduate teaching and research assistants. Working long hours for poverty wages while suffering abuse is not a character-building exercise. It is trauma. Trauma should not be the price of an advanced degree. I am also a former college athlete and a survivor of sexual abuse. I am appalled by any and all attempts to shroud transphobia in the cloak of protecting women. None of the men who harassed, abused, and assaulted me had to pretend to be trans to do so. In fact, policing the gender of female athletes only opens the door to further sexual abuse of girls and women. If you actually care about protecting women, then you should be increasing funding for programs to prevent abuse and assault of women and punishing the perpetrators of that abuse, not targeting the astonishingly small number of trans women who wish to play sports. Finally, I must clarify that the President of the United States has no authority to dictate biological facts. As a biologist, I assure you that biological sex is most definitely not binary. And if you'd like to learn more, you can invite me back for an informational presentation. Thank you.
Okay, next caller with the phone number ending in 4051. Please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Good morning, Regents and Chancellor. My name is Benjamin Balderrama, Balderrama, and I'm the Senior Coordinator for Student Organizations here at UNLV. And I'll keep it short. I just have support for Dr. Chris Hevy to be UNLV's next president. Item 3 should be the easiest and quickest item on your agenda today. Thank you.
And next caller with the phone number ending in 2000. Please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Next caller with the phone number ending in 1367. Please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Caller with the phone number ending in 0123. Please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Moving on to the next caller. Caller with the last 4 digits of 4400. Please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Victoria Peachat, Victoria Peechat. I'm a graduate assistant worker at UNR. I'm a PhD student, and I'm here to just say ditto to my colleagues. I urge you to support AB 191. I also urge you to make Nevada athletics more inclusive to transgender athletes rather than exclusive. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 7798. Please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Gregory Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I'm a professor of history at University of Las Vegas. I'm speaking in support of item 3, nomination of Chris Hevy to be interim president. I want to do this by noting on behalf of the things that we do that are really the heart of the education and research at the university. In terms of education, in 2012, the university changed our core curriculum, our general education core curriculum, and the person who was chosen to implement that was Chris Hevy. That involved scheduling issues, staffing issues, curriculum issues, and he really ran that through in a way that has made a noticeable difference in our progression, completion, retention rates, and also included an innovation that has had a tremendous impact of reducing the number of part-time instructors and increasing the number of full-time instructors teaching in the classroom. The other point I want to make on behalf of research, last year we had a visiting researcher, a scientist, whose presentation to graduate students was interrupted by an unauthorized demonstration. And although he wasn't directly involved, as provost, Chris Hevy reached out to that researcher, made sure that that researcher was okay, apologized on behalf of the university, and arranged for that researcher to come back and present his work. And I think that these speak to the real core issues, education and research. And while the board usually doesn't deal with those too much, I believe that is the central factor in choosing a president.
Caller with the number ending in 3319, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Call-in user 1, please unmute. And you have state and spell your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board. That's all the callers we have at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to item number 2, I just wanted to update everyone that that there have been a few more written public comments that have come in. I appreciate those who have used that mechanism to provide public comment. We've got one in favor for item number 3, which is interim president appointment. For item number 4, which is collective bargaining, we have 3 in favor, 1 neutral, asking when the board will address the GA's desire to unionize. And for item number 8, the transgender student athlete participation, 2 opposed to restricting the participation of transgender athletes. So with that, I'll move on to item number 2, which is consent items. I'll open it up to the board for any questions or comments regarding consent items or a motion to approve.
Motion to approve agenda item number 2.
Thank you very much, Regent Brown, for that motion. Is there a second?
Question.
Thank you. A second by Regent Brager. Please go ahead.
Thank you. In regards to our special meetings, I thought there was a discussion that we would do Thursday versus Fridays, and I looked these all up. And if everybody's good with it, I can make it happen. I just think Fridays sometimes are challenging, for which I've seen throughout our last few years. So just a comment and a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. We will note that. All right, so there is a motion by Regent Brown and a second from Regent Brager. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Moving on to item number 3, appointment for interim president for UNLV. And for this, I will go to interim Chancellor Charlton.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the Board of Regents. So for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. So today it is my pleasure to bring a recommendation for the appointment of Dr. Chris Heavey to the position of Interim President of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. This recommendation is brought for your consideration in accordance with your policy, Title II, Chapter 1, Section 1.5.5. in coordination with Chair Carvalho and Vice Chair Downs. On March 28, 2025, board leadership and I participated in listening sessions with external community leaders and internal stakeholders at UNLV. In addition, we also provided an opportunity for individuals that were not able to participate in those listening sessions through an email account for both those that were at the university or in the public that wanted to provide feedback. In person, we received over 250 participants, either in person or online, and then I've received probably another 100 plus communications, letters of support for Dr. Heavey. It is important to share with you today some general themes that we received from the faculty, staff, students, and community leaders in support of this recommendation. First, today more than ever, the institution needs stability and continuity. UNLV needs a leader that understands the community and has the ability to collaboratively engage and address opportunities.
I can't hear anything on this line. Am I still waiting?
I think you have public comment. I can stop.
Thank you. At this time, public comment is closed. If the caller can hear me, I'm not sure. So at this time, we'll go back to you, Chancellor Charlton. Thank you.
Okay, if it's okay, I'm going to just start from this section again. So it is important to share with you today some general themes received from the faculty, staff, students, and community leaders in support of this recommendation. First, today more than ever, the institution needs stability and continuity. UNLV needs a leader that understands the community, has the ability to work collaboratively, engaging and addressing opportunities to engage in the philanthropic community, legislators, local municipalities, NSHE institutions, and in the higher education space across the country. Chris Heavey's leadership engagement is thoughtful, and he supports students was strongly expressed, particularly by your student leaders, both current and future. He brings 30 years with UNLV in progressively responsible positions and was noted for his strength of his knowledge in all levels of institutional experience. Basically, no one knows UNLV better than Chris Heavey. Chris has demonstrated his value and commitment to shared governance. And finally, Chris is a strong communicator, both internally at all levels of the institution and externally as well, was noted as a significant strength. And so today I request the following actions. First, I request your approval of the recommendation to appoint Chris Heavey as interim president of UNLV. Second, to offer a contract consistent with the employment and term sheet that has been provided to you in your backup and supported reference materials. And then finally, to authorize me as chancellor to execute that employment agreement. And with that, I stand ready for any questions for either myself, Chair Carvalho, and Vice Chair Downs on our process.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. Before I open it up for any discussion, I did want to disclose that pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I'm disclosing that a member of my household and I are both students at UNLV. This does not directly affect me, and I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. Therefore, I will be voting in this matter. So with that, I will open it up to any discussion from Regents or motion. I'll go to Regent Brooks first and then Regent Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I'm sure there's plenty of things that we can have conversation about in terms of the outstanding things that Dr. Heavey has done over at UNLV. But just to move this along, I'd like to make a motion to approve the appointment of Chris Heavey for interim president. And I also, at the same time, I'd like to also have us approve the employment agreement and grant authorization for the chancellor to execute that agreement.
This is Regent Fernandez. I'll second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brooks and a second from Regent Fernandez to appoint Dr. Chris Heavey as the interim president and to accept the contract as written. So next I will go to Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much. I just want to share that I've known Dr. Heavey since my days as an undergraduate student, and I've seen him as going from dean to provost to now officer in charge. And it's a true privilege to be able to have worked with him as a former member of the Alumni Association at UNLV. And I agree with a lot of the public comment here. We do need stability for UNLV as an institution. I do believe that Dr. Heavey is the person who will bring that up. So I know there's a lot more to say, and just want to be able to throw my full support behind Dr. Heavey and really thank the chancellor, the chair, and the vice chair for bringing him forward as a candidate. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, Regent Brown.
I will be brief, but I do want to make sure that I take the moment to also express my support for hopefully soon to be interim Chris Heavey as president of UNLV. I think the last 7 weeks have really demonstrated your leadership style. You got in, even with a hurt foot, walking around campus, knocking on doors, taking meetings with people in the community, and I've just heard an overwhelming echo, not just from the amazing people who showed up today and the forums, but community members that have been looking for leadership, and they have really pointed and said that they want to throw their support behind you too. So I want to speak on their behalf and also just say thank you for jumping in and being the leader that this institution, our largest institution in the state, and so it's really important that we get this right. And so I just want to say thank you, and I feel confident in your ability to move the university forward.
Thank you. Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chancellor Charlton, in an effort to remain transparent, could you please elaborate on the entire process, just so this could be beneficial for the entire UNLV community in addition to the NSHE community?
Certainly. Thank you so much, Regent Arascata, for that question. And so working in collaboration with UNLV, and I do want to give an appreciation to Dr. Kim Nels, who helped us to facilitate this process. We held a number of engagement sessions in accordance with the policy to engage participants from the foundation, the foundation trustees, alumni association leadership, and I will say that the foundation trustees included not just current trustees, but also past trustees. We also talked to the faculty senate leadership, the classified council, the administrative faculty council, CSUN and GPSA representatives, the cabinet and academic council and deans, and then had an open session. And an open session was an opportunity to have anyone that perhaps wasn't identified within a specific group that wanted to provide timely and meaningful input. Communication was sent to the campus prior to spring break because we were on a little bit of a tight timeline to ensure that we had the most broad amount of input. And so people were able to participate both in person and via Zoom. Communication was sent multiple times to the campus community, also to the trustees and to other stakeholders. And then also, certain people just honestly from the community reached out. I think they reached out to the chair, they reached out to myself. We set up a UNLV President Input email account where we received a number of communications. And then I also received in my office letters from business leaders, community stakeholders, and others in that process. And so it was a very well-rounded amount of participation. And also, I would say very resounding that the continuity was very important and the stability of UNLV, especially to have someone that could also build the confidence with this board, knowing the ins and outs of the university. And I think that one of the things that was most telling, and I don't want to speak for the chair and the vice chair, was actually the input from the students. The students who said that Chris, I see Hevie, sorry, he's Chris to me, is very engageable, he's approachable, and he engages with them on a level that is very personal, that they feel respected, listened to, and heard. There was never a time when they needed his input or to seek out his support that it took longer than a half of a day to get an in-person meeting with him, and I think that spoke a lot. It was definitely, I think for their perspective, a time for healing as well. I hope that answers your question, Regent Arascata.
Very much so. I think it's beneficial for all in attendance today. Very much so. Thank you very much. I also have a question for General Counsel Martinez. In regards to the contract which we're going to be approving today, we're looking at the prorated for remainder of fiscal year 2025. I believe it's page 7, article 5.3. Just for the remainder of the year, what is the prorated car allowance, housing allowance, host account for the remainder of this year, please?
James Martinez for the record. I couldn't give you the actual numbers. I don't have those calculations, but it would be prorated for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Certainly, and Regent Arascata, for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, the effective date of the contract would be tomorrow, so we can get you those calculations. So it would be from, if approved today, effective April 25th through, obviously, the term of the agreement, so then the prorated amount for the fiscal year would be through June 30th, so we can get you those numbers.
That'd be quite helpful. And one last comment, if I may, to Dr. Chris Hevie. Madam Chair?
Yes, please go ahead, Regent Arascata.
Thank you. Dr. Hevie, articulate your leadership style that differentiates you from your predecessors.
Thank you for the question, Regent Arascata. What I'll say is, my commitment to you as regents is to be as transparent and communicative as possible We've already begun the work of making sure that we are providing accurate information to the board in a timely manner. And on behalf of the whole leadership team of UNLV, I commit that we will be good partners in stewarding the resources and all of the efforts of the university in collaboration with you.
Thank you. What are some of the opportunities and challenges that you see for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas over the, let's say, the next 2 years?
Thank you for that question, Regent Arascata. We're already hard at work on a couple of key issues, and I think these are the things that are on the board's radar. One of the issues that the Chancellor and I have been working very actively on is improving our relationship with the University Medical Center, which is our key and lead partner for the Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine. And that relationship has been slightly strained, perhaps in relation to the advancement of a project with the Children's Hospital on the Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. And the Chancellor and I had an excellent meeting yesterday with Intermountain Health, UMC leadership, county leadership, and the UNLV team to move that forward in a way that I think will benefit our community and all of the stakeholders. Another issue that I'm certainly working a lot on is working with our athletic director, Eric Harper, and making sure that we build the team that's necessary to support him, to support you all in receiving transparent information about our athletic programs, and getting him the resources that he needs to be successful on the field and all the different fields of competition that they are on as Division I athletes. And so I'm excited to do that work. We also had a meeting yesterday with the UNLV Foundation Board of Trustees to talk about our fundraising efforts and how we can re-energize those and to ideally move forward with a capital campaign in the near future. It's been a long time since UNLV is engaged in a capital campaign, and I'll say to you, as I've said to them, that getting a new business building is a key priority of the university, as well as some other key capital projects. Beyond that, I think making sure that we create the right teams internally to UNLV to have an effective management and leadership structure at all levels of the institution, and we've already begun work on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evie.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to show my full support for you, President or interim president, or let's see, Charles is going to be interim president. Since I've been a regent, I've watched you and gotten to know you very well, and you are a person of very high integrity and character, and it's just a pleasure to see you work so hard and to have the full support of your institution and forward in your Las Vegas community. You absolutely provide the stability and leadership that this community and this institution needs. And I couldn't be more proud to vote in favor of this and come back in a year and hopefully make you the permanent president. I've been so impressed from you becoming the officer in charge that you just knew what to do, and you have been just doing it every day since you got on board. So thank you so much. And it's going to be a real pleasure to work with you, continue working with you. I'm really happy for you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I will go back to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks, for the record. I appreciate the opportunity that Chris Hevey, Dr. Hevey, the OIC, just had to outline some of his interests in terms of leadership capabilities and how he sees the future of UNLV. This is a very exciting time, I think, for UNLV and for our community. It really is. And in a very short period of time, you've come in as the officer in charge and have made some substantial changes already to help develop a new culture of the way things are going to move at UNLV. And that's what's so exciting about this. And so while we had the opportunity to hear from you, and I certainly don't want to take away from the excitement of this and how forward we're all looking forward to your leadership. And I have no doubt that while students and faculty remain completely impressed with the way you have gotten things done, I think faculty will really be impressed with the changes that I know lie ahead for UNLV under your leadership. So again, just really looking forward to what you have going on at UNLV. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Breaker.
I wasn't prepared. I thought you were going to Regent over here. I just want to give my dollar's worth. It's more than a penny, so no. I just appreciate what you've done in these brief weeks and what you did previous to that and your commitment. And I like when I asked you a question like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You didn't say you would retire. So if this becomes something that you do futuristically and get appointed to president, that you have a strong commitment to remain and see changes and great things happen at UNLV. So I appreciated the answer, and if you get that position, I'm going to hold you to the 10 years or longer.
Regent Goodman.
Dr. Hebe, I just wanted to say I've been very vocal, as you know, over these probably last several months, but I wanted to just let you know that every individual that's come up to me to talk about you, it's only been positive, and and people are going out of their way to make that happen. And I just the leadership already, it's clear, and I'm grateful that you want this position, and I wish you the best, and we all will collaborate with you in any way possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up for any other comments or discussion. Sure, Regent Kokachia.
Being the newbie on this board, almost the newest. Anyway, all I can say is I'm definitely looking forward to working with you, and you have my support. And it's pretty evident you have those leadership skills in this community that we will need. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what has been said already. I know you to be somebody who is very ethically and morally bound and bleeds UNLV red. I know that for a fact. And I very much look forward to working with you as the next interim leader of UNLV. Thank you. So with that, we will do a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Breger.
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez.
Yes.
Regent Goicoechea.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McGrath.
Yes.
Regent Ariscata.
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
Yes,
Thank
that
you.
was a no.
Thank you. Regent Batista.
Yes.
And Regent Boylan is absent. The motion passes.
Thank you, Carrie. Dr. Hevy, did you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. I'm incredibly honored to have the opportunity to serve in this role. The word I talk most about related to UNLV is opportunity. And I will say, on behalf of my wife and I, who's here with me today, we rolled into town 33 years ago and stayed at the new Excalibur. We rented space at the public storage unit just less than a mile from here to store our stuff. Went and got married in California, did a honeymoon, and came back to spend the rest of our lives here. Had a incredible life that we've had. She's 32 years in CCSD and my 33 years now at UNLV. And she was the principal of Nate Mack Elementary School, the father of Jerome Mack, who was one of the really founding fathers of UNLV. And so it's definitely my vision to just try to give back as a leader to the incredible institution and the city that's given us such an incredible life. We raised our 2 kids here, plan to spend the rest of our lives here, and really honored to have the chance to serve in this role and to support the Las Vegas, and the UNLV community and the thousands of students that we impact every day and every year. Thank you.
Congratulations, Interim President Hebe. Before we move on to item number 4, I think we should take a quick break. We will be back at 10:50. Okay, we are going to get started with item number 4 on our agenda. AB 191, collective bargaining for professional employees. And before we start, I know that Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure, and I will do the same.
Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WC, an institution within NSHE, along with consultation of counsel. We concluded that because of the independence of a judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. Pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I'm disclosing that a member of my household and I are both students at UNLV. I believe that the independent judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not materially be affected by this relationship. Therefore, I will be voting in this matter. Thank you. And I will move now to open the floor to Chancellor Charlton.
Good morning, and for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and members of the board. And so today, we wanted to have an opportunity, one, as part of our legislative update and conversation related to activities that are undergoing at the 2025 legislative session, we did carve out separately AB 191, which is a assembly bill related to collective bargaining that expands greatly the scope of collective bargaining, not just for NSHE, but really for the state as a whole. And so in follow-up to the March quarterly board meeting, we wanted to provide a much deeper dive regarding the bill, comparisons of the bill, impacts on this legislation, and to really engage that conversation and to provide timely information for you as we move through what is really proving up to be a challenging legislative session. I think for anyone who's been a part of the state for a long time, we always say that, wow, this is a hard session. This is a harder session than the last one. But I think for someone who's been involved for about 30 years, they all seem to get a little bit more difficult. We do have some unique challenges, particularly on the financial area. So this is really going to be a team approach on this presentation today. And so you have a lot of materials before you, but we are going to walk through the bill. We're going to walk through a number of items. We've got Carrie Parker, one of our deputy counsels, with us, Chris Fatone, CFO, Kelly Sharada from Human Resources, Jimmy Martinez. And so this is really very much a team approach as we get into questions and discussion. And then also, just to engage with you on any questions that you might have of us, recognizing this is a very important topic for our employees, and recognizing that it also comes with a lot of heart and emotion. I did want to add also that particularly as it pertains to the graduate assistants, we hear our graduate assistants very loud and clear. And we have been engaging in conversations through the leadership, actually of Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, myself, as well as Carrie Parker from the System General Counsel's Office, as well as Kelly Sharada from our HR, but also from institutional leaders. And when I say institutional leaders, it is those that have direct leadership at the campus from UNLV, from UNR, as well as from DRI to engage in what are concerns that you have heard. We've heard concerns of harassment, discrimination. You have policies, we have federal law, we have state law that safeguards those. We take those very, very serious, and we have engaged in a series of communications with the graduate assistants and recognize that they are experiencing some challenges with perhaps the policies that we have. And so looking at ways that we can shore up and ensure accountability and implementation of those is very important. And so with that, I'm going to turn it to Carrie Parker and Reno, and then we will come back. Again, I'll summarize the conclusion before it open up for discussion by the board. So thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Board of Regents. Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker, I'm here to present to you on this PowerPoint, so we'll just go ahead and move to the next slide, please. The constitutional authority of the board is found in Article 11, Sections 4 and 7, and the Board of Regents has the power to control and manage the affairs and funds of the state university. In NRS Chapter 284, which is the chapter in the NRS related to state employees, the faculty and student employees of the system are called unclassified employees. To date, NSHE faculty are the only unclassified employees in the state who have collective bargaining rights, and those were given to them by the Board of Regents in Title 4, Chapter 4 of the handbook. NRS 284-345 recognizes the Board of Regents' authority to adopt regulations for attendance and leave for faculty, and NRS Chapter 396, which is the chapter for the Board of Regents, also recognizes the board's authority over its personnel. Next slide, please. So this slide is about the graduate assistants. Most of this information on this slide comes from the handbook, Title 4, Chapter 5. Teaching assistants and research assistants are classified as graduate assistants. A full-time graduate assistantship is based on a 20-hour work week. Graduate teaching assistants may teach no more than 2 courses per semester. The Board of Regents establishes a salary schedule, which includes the cost of student health insurance. Now, this isn't the same salary schedule that you're familiar with for the faculty that's found in the P&G in the Procedures and Guidelines Manual. The salaries will be discussed on the next slide. Graduate assistants may receive a grant and aid for the payment of tuition and a specified portion of the registration fees proportional to their semester salary. If we could go back to slide 3, I think Vice Chair Downs has a question.
Sorry to interrupt. Just a question from what one of the students had made a comment about, in public comment, about teaching no more than 2 courses. Would that be 6 credits, or is it possible they could teach like 3 courses that are 2 credits, or if they're or 1 credit lab, they could teach more of those, or is it just limited to 2 courses as a whole?
Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker, for the record, I don't know specifically what courses they were referring to, and I would defer to any of the institutions who may have additional information on those. DRI, UNLV, or UNR.
Dr. Hebe.
Chris Hebe, Officer in Charge for UNLV, or till tomorrow, I guess. We generally would assign 2 courses of 3 credits each. I think there might be a few instances where someone might teach 7 credits, but generally it's 6 credits or below total.
Thank you.
Shall I proceed? Okay. And then as the Chancellor mentioned, we've had 2 meetings with the graduate assistants, some of them February 28th and then April 16th. Next slide, please. Graduate assistant packages. So we did speak with the UNR, UNLV, and DRI and established what the minimum and maximums are. So the minimum TAs, or teaching assistants, are typically state funded at a certain rate, and the institutions set these GA rates, which are available publicly, and they vary according to the program funding, etc. The graduate teaching assistant minimum is $1,700 per month NSHE-wide. The maximum varies by campus. Factors include discipline, degree program funding, and etc. But the overall maximum, to our understanding, is $3,146. As we noted, the expectation is to work 20 hours per week. And in addition to that base salary rate, the graduate student assistants also receive health insurance, 100% registration fees for courses waived, and the value of that may vary according to what their program is, whether they're having non-resident tuition fees waived as well as any resident fees. And then the system also provides contributions to workers' compensation and Medicare. Next slide, please. So we have 3 slides that will show you the breakdown of the funding source according to campus. The first slide is UNLV. And as you can see, the state funded positions are about 62.5% for masters and 77.7% for doctoral students. And then there's another breakdown below. Total positions at UNLV, 1259. Next slide, please. UNR, state funded about 52.2%. There's other ways that people are funded through grants, self-supported, and other mechanisms. And then the total positions at UNR are 1176. When we go to the next slide, you'll see a very big difference for DRI. It's no secret. DRI's graduates, next slide, please. Thanks. So the federal grants make up the large majority of the funding source for these GAs at DRI, 84.5%. Total positions at DRI are 30. So I'll go to the next slide. We've also heard a lot about faculty being compared to other state employees. So we have this chart that shows some of the comparisons between academic and administrative faculty on A or B contracts. Those are in the orangish color. The green color is state unclassified, which, as I noted previously, the statutes identify faculty as unclassified. And then the yellowish color is state classified. So the first row is shared governance. So the faculty at the system are the only of these employee groups who have shared governance. Through shared governance, each Senate has the ability to be consulted for code revisions, which is where the personnel regulations are codified for faculty. Pursuant to shared governance, the board consults with faculty senates related to many topics, including annual leave, sick leave, sabbatical leave, consulting services, retirement insurance, tax sheltered annuities, and grants and aid. To date, the faculty senate has not brought forward changes to the handbook related to collective bargaining. And as I mentioned, the other state employees do not have access to shared governance. The next row is collective bargaining, arbitration, and the EMRB. The unclassified employees at the state of Nevada do not have access to collective bargaining. Pursuant to the NSHE handbook, the faculty do. They do not have arbitration or access to the Employee Management Relations Board, which is abbreviated EMRB. And as you can see under the state classified column, the state classifieds do have collective bargaining codified in statute under NRS Chapter 288. They have a binding arbitration option, and they have access to the EMRB. The next row is higher education fee repayment, which you may know as grant and aid for faculty. The faculty have access to grant and aid as for themselves and for their dependents. They also have access to this if they reach emeritus status. So this could continue even after they are no longer employed. For state unclassified and classified employees, there's a state regulation in NAC 284 that provides for training or education for the employee only and is required to be related to the job and show a benefit to the agency. Next row is annual leave accrual. There's two types for the faculty. If you're on a contract, it's a full year contract and you accrue 2 days per month. A B contract is a 9-month contract, so there are 3 months off and there's no annual leave accrual for that type of faculty contract. State employees in the unclassified and classified service accrue at 1.25 days per month annual leave. For sick leave accrual, when faculty starts, there's 30 days for a full-time employee. And then each additional month after the first year is 2 days per month. For unclassified and classified, sick leave accrues at 1.25 days per month. Extended leave for illness, the faculty have access to extended salaried sick leave, whereas unclassified and state classified have access to what's called catastrophic leave. And then last, sabbatical leave. The faculty are the only ones on this chart who have access to sabbatical leave. Next slide, please. In relation to collective bargaining, you may have heard of the Federal National Labor Relations Act, or the NLRA. This does not apply to the state as the employer. So there are no federal rights to collective bargaining for state employees. As we've discussed, some classified employees do have access to collective bargaining, and this is through statute. And currently, the faculty have access to collective bargaining through the Board of Regents handbook. So what is collective bargaining? Collective bargaining is a process where employees elect a union to represent them in negotiating a contract regarding, at a minimum, the mandatory topics of collective bargaining. If enacted, AB 191 would authorize certain employee groups of NSHE the right to elect a union and engage in the collective bargaining process. AB 191 would set forth the requirements related to collective bargaining, including the mandatory topics of bargaining, the management's rights that are reserved to the employee, in other words, they're not required to be bargained, the process for an impasse during negotiations, and the CBA provisions regarding grievances and binding arbitration. Next slide, please. We will get to the fiscal impact in a moment, but the next few slides will highlight the differences between the NSHE handbook, AB 191, which is the middle white column, and NRS 288 provisions applying to certain state classified and local government employees. These comparisons support the reasons for the significant fiscal impact of AB 191. This first slide is who. Who is eligible to organize for collective bargaining? The question is, what would be needed if this is fully implemented? So, right now, under the NSHE handbook, the professional employees who are employed for 6 months at 0.50 FTE or more, excluding adjunct faculty, administrators, and clinical faculty, have access to collective bargaining. Currently, we have 4 collective bargaining agreements for faculty. They're at TMCC, CSN, and WNC. And as you know, Nevada State recently had an election and elected an exclusive representative, and they're in the bargaining process, so I don't think bargaining has begun yet. So these collective bargaining agreements, or CBAs, cover approximately 930 employees. Now, some have wondered, what about UNR, UNLV, and DRI? They do have the right to bargain, and to date, they have not exercised that right and sought an election. So AB 191 is the center column. So the people in the following categories who work more than 160 hours per year, which is approximately 7.7% FTE, would have access to bargain. So you have your academic and administrative faculty who already have that right under the handbook, and then letters of appointment or part-time instructors, graduate assistants, postdoctoral scholars, residents, student workers, temporary hourly, and technologists. And we came to this list through our understanding of AB 191. The estimate of how many employees this would be is 22,000. This is employees who meet this requirement according to our understanding in the 160 hours per year, which is difficult to track. We don't have a tracker in Workday for 7.7% FTE. AB 191 does not limit who would choose to organize. And the public commenters who have said that these people won't organize do not represent those groups. Next slide. Mandatory subjects of bargaining. These are the subjects that the employer and the union are required to bargain collectively. Once there's a CBA, if the employer wants to make a change to policy that falls within the mandatory subjects of bargaining, there may be a requirement to notify the union and then bargain about it. So in the next few slides, comparing the handbook to AB 191 to NRS Chapter 288, which is on the far right, to try to simplify it, we have used some color coding. So the blue indicates language in AB 191 and NRS 288, but not in the handbook. The red indicates language unique to AB 191. In other words, it's only in AB 191, it's not in the handbook, or in NRS 288. So in the first section, what is a mandatory subject of bargaining? It's common to include wages and salary or direct monetary compensation. AB 191 also uses the term remuneration. Remuneration is a broader term that can include non-wage compensation, such as health insurance, retirement plans, paid time off, death and disability benefits, subsidized meals, training courses. So it's a broader term. I have not heard the legislature discuss any legislative history towards why remuneration is in this AB 191 and not in NRS 288. So I don't want to take a legal position on that. AB 191 has also added maternity or paternity leave and family medical leave. My understanding from the NFA is that this is sought to clarify. As you can see, letter F already includes paid or non-paid leaves of absence. Regarding the blue, AB 191 would add that little letter L, the method of determining the classification and titles of professional employees in the bargaining unit that is not currently in the handbook. Next slide, please. This is a continuation of the mandatory subjects of bargaining. You can see some more red in the middle AB 191 column. These are new provisions that are not found in the statutes now or in the handbook. Facilities for meeting with students for professional employees who have teaching or advising responsibilities, and letter U, policies which prohibit and it's different types of discrimination and reprisal. So remember, if it is a mandatory topic, employer may have to notify the union and negotiate before making any changes to these policies. Slide, please. So this next slide is management rights. Management's rights are the rights that the employer may take without an obligation to bargain with the union about them. It is, if a right is not reserved to management, the union may argue that the employer cannot change it without negotiating. The handbook and NRS 288 reserve similar management rights that AB 191 does not reserve. These are in the green. So as you can see in the left-hand orangish column, in our handbook, Title 4, Chapter 4, Section 13, the board has reserved the right to determine the mission, means, number, and types of personnel, and also to set academic, curricular, programmatic, financial, and personal matters. Similarly, in NRS 288, the state has reserved the right to determine the appropriate staffing levels and work performance standards, except for safety considerations, the content of the workday, including without limitation, workload factors, except for safety considerations, and the means and methods of offering those services. While AB 191 appears to mirror 288, it explicitly leaves those out. Next slide. So comparing what happens when there's an impasse. This means when you're negotiating the collective bargaining agreement and you can't come to an agreement. An example might be the union wants a certain percentage of COLA and the employer says they can't go that high and wants a different amount. So what if there is an impasse during negotiations? Under the handbook, we have a mediation process, there's a fact finder, and there's a process for deadlock. I didn't want to go into all of the details, but if you want to, we can look at those sections. Both AB 191 and NRS 288 provide for the mediation and then also binding arbitration. And then there's also a process to go to the Employee Management Relations Board. Depending on the nature of the dispute, you may go to arbitration or you may go to the EMRB. Next slide, please. So AB 191 is about more than just the bargaining process. It is also about grievances. What is a grievance? What happens to a grievance? So we have a comparison here as well for the definition of a grievance. In the oranges column is the handbook, or in this case, the code definition of what a grievance is. In the code, it's someone is grieving or complaining about, there's a formal filing, an adverse impact on the employment conditions of a faculty member relating to promotion, appointment with tenure, or other aspects of contractual status or relating to an alleged violation of the NSHE code or institutional bylaws. AB 191 and NRS 288 use the term injustice instead of the term adverse impact. Also, in the code, there is a reservation of what cannot be grieved. Decisions of the board are not subject to review by grievance under the handbook. Decisions involving non-reappointment or termination of employment under, and all those provisions refer to a notice of non-renewal. So a decision to not renew someone for no cause. And then the furlough or layoff of faculty for financial exigency or curricular reasons is also not subject to review. There is not a reservation of those areas in AB 191 or NRS 288. So what is the grievance process? Under the current NSHE handbook and code, grievances by professional employees are resolved internally. They go up through the chain and eventually will go to either the president or the chancellor. Under AB 191, the CBA will include a procedure to resolve grievances that culminate in binding arbitration. And the statute does proposed statute does recognize that the procedure may incorporate established shared governance mechanisms, including without limitation, oversight by a faculty senate and peer review. While it recognizes shared governance, it doesn't require it. Under NRS 288, the classified employees of the state have access to an arbitration option. So AB 191 would increase the formal structure, as you can see, for what would happen with a grievance. And currently the grievance concerns are typically resolved at the lowest level between the employee and the supervisor. The majority of these job family groups under AB 191 will have access to the more formal structure, and they are right now either part-time, temporary, or both. Due to the difficulty in estimating how often grievances or complaints are being resolved at the lowest level, institutions and system admin use existing experiences with faculty grievances, which is currently narrowly defined, and classified staff to estimate this effort based on the number of employees who would have access if AB 191 is fully implemented. The bill's broad definition of grievance contributes to the fiscal note. Using one classified grievance as an example, an attorney from the state and a campus attorney review, advise, and defend if necessary. There are 4 to 6 other staff involved in meeting, researching, and developing options for the single topic that is the subject of the grievance. Human resources staff are required to train managers on each approved CBA and respond to questions and concerns. And there is also a labor management committee at one of our institutions that was established to resolve concerns at the lowest level. All of these efforts require resources. Next slide, please. This is about the process to decertify or withdraw recognition of a union. Under the handbook, which is your orangish colored column, if the employee organization is no longer supported by a majority of the members of the bargaining unit, the process for decertification is set forth in the handbook. If there is a strike, the board may cancel the CBA and refuse to bargain with employee organization until there is a new election. This is similar to NRS 288 for local government. You can see the green. Similar provisions for decertifying the union. AB 191, while it incorporates some of NRS 288, which you can see in the blue, it does not include these green reasons to decertify the union. Next slide, please. The previous slides highlight how AB 191 would expand what the board has provided already for collective bargaining. AB 191 would significantly increase the number of employees eligible to collectively bargain. It would increase the number of bargaining units that would be negotiated with. It would expand the scope of mandatory bargaining and increase the procedural requirements to resolve grievances and employment disputes, culminating in arbitration by a third party. Through such bargaining, groups who do not currently have access to a formal grievance process would gain access to such process. The volume of work will increase related to new bargaining units and the grievance process. What would these additional personnel be needed to do? They would provide guidance, technical assistance, application, interpretation related to collective bargaining agreements, the grievance process, and arbitrations. They would help resolve grievances and complaints, contract negotiations. They would provide trainings on the CBA provisions and the policies required by the CBA. They would develop and provide analytical, narrative, and statistical reports. They would be specialized in labor law and labor relations. NSHE's fiscal note was prepared in consultation with the institution's business officers, human resources professionals, and legal counsel. We also reviewed LRU's fiscal notes. Every time in 2023, when a bill was proposed that increased the subjects of bargaining, increased the number of bargaining units, the LRU, which is the state's labor relations unit, submitted a fiscal note to add more staff because it increased their responsibilities to respond to those issues. In public comment, statements were made that the LRU deals with 19,000 employees in the classified service. There are 19,000 classified positions. There are about 16,000 people in those positions due to vacancy rates, and 8,500 classified employees are currently under a CBA. That labor relations unit is at the Division of Human Resources Management. They are dedicated to bargaining, interpreting the CBA, and training agency on the CBA. The day-to-day agency HR professionals engage in the training of the management. They engage in working on the grievances, on the individual discipline. There are 4 employees at the LRU currently, plus the administrator. The administrator for DHRM attends all of the collective bargaining sessions. She is the lead negotiator. It has taken her, according to the LRU, 90% of her time since bargaining began. The AG's office has a personnel division. This includes 11 attorneys. 2 of those attorneys are dedicated to bargaining. The rest of the attorneys deal with grievances, discipline, administrative hearings, employment litigation. So this slide gets us to what the NSHE has determined as its fiscal note impact for fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27, and the remaining 9 positions being added in the next biennium. Next slide, please. When agencies are asked to submit fiscal notes to the legislature, they are asked to submit what would this cost if it were fully implemented, if this bill were fully implemented as it is written. The yearly assessment, so again, there's been more talk about the LRU. According to the DHRM, which is the Division of Human Resources and Management budget, which has been submitted and is set for closing tomorrow at the legislature, the LRU receives an assessment. Now, this is what is charged to the state agencies for the services of the LRU. Their assessment is around $1 million per year, and that covers the people who are dedicated and working in the LRU. There's also a line for collective bargaining. The collective bargaining line has about $200,000 per year. I do not represent the LRU. I don't know the ins and outs of their of their budget. I have been informed that approximately $200,000 was set aside for arbitrations. I don't know if that's the line for that or not, so I don't want to represent that it is, but they have set out $200,000 for collective bargaining. So here you see for the fiscal note for NSHE, what we have said, predicted is the amount for the new personnel and operating costs for the fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27, and the future biennia. This goes up as it proceeds in time because we recognize that there would be a ramp up and we wouldn't need all of the people from the very beginning of the implementation. The bill is set to become effective upon passage, so July. Next slide, please. As noted previously, NSHE did testify to neutral at the Assembly Committee on Government Affairs meeting in March. The bill has passed out of the committee and it is set for, well, it has been assigned to Ways and Means, but it has not been set for a hearing yet. And so I would leave it next to the Chancellor to wrap up our comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council Parker, and thank you for that very detailed review of the bill and the impact on NSHE as a whole. And so really, we really want to summarize where we are. And so we recognize that there is a fiscal note. It is a significant fiscal note. But again, as we are tasked, if this bill were to pass, what does that take for us to implement? And we have done a very heavy lift on due diligence. It is not assuming that all 22,000 individuals that may be eligible, and it is a very broad and expansive increase in eligibility of those that may be eligible. That does not assume that that will happen on July 1st. We have been very mindful of that. We know that individuals are comparing our fiscal note this time to our fiscal note last time. We've also had significant cost of living increases on personnel costs, and so we want to be mindful of that. We stand very firmly behind the fiscal note that we have provided. It is not just about the bargaining of an agreement. It is not just about a grievance that may come forward. It is also our due diligence that we must do on employee relations for that bargaining process to make sure that our human resources offices have the staff that they need to be able to articulate to our employees what the bargaining is and what it is not, and to engage in that process and to ensure that we are doing that in a meaningful manner. And so again, as I started, we have individuals from our team that can answer any questions that you might have. I would also ask that if there is any questions on behalf of the conversations with the presidents, that I would take the lead on that to begin with and go from there. So with that, we stand ready for questions. We've got, again, a whole host of individuals, including HR, legal, finance, ready to answer any questions that you have. But I do want to just culminate that we do stand in support of the fiscal note that we provided. It was very purposeful, it was meaningful, and it ensured that it was not looking at 100% of individuals bargaining on July 1st. So with that, Chair, we're ready for any questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll open it up to regents. Okay, I will go to Regent McGrath and Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. I just wanted to follow up to put on the record. I know that you mentioned, well, there was a lot of public comment that mentioned harassment or retaliation. Just to put on the record here today, what are the mechanisms for those to be dealt with currently? And I know you mentioned, your belief that it's robust, the procedures that are in place right now. So can we just talk a little bit about what those are?
Absolutely. And so I'm going to ask Chief Human Resources Officer Kelly Sharada to come forward. It is, and I can just summarize, it is codified in your policies, your handbook, your code provisions, as well as in federal and state regulations. But let me ask Kelly to address that directly.
Thank you. I'm sure it's a lengthy discussion, but if we can do it maybe in brief just for today.
Kelly Sharado for the record, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. Our institutions and NSHE have a number of mechanisms in place to report things with respect to Title IX, grievances, employee relations. So depending on the nature of the complaint, there is a pathway for that. Each institution has in place an employee relations department or an HR department to handle those complaints. There are intakes done, and that process is followed accordingly with an escalation up to the appointing authority. With respect to Title IX, that information and those policies and processes is codified very specifically and detailed, outlined in our Board of Regents handbook, as well as the institution level. And we actually have a Title IX work group that meets regularly to ensure that we are in compliance with those policies and processes. In addition to that, there's a Faculty Senate grievance committee that is at a number of the institutions with respect to the Faculty Senate representation. And then I would defer to the institutions to speak on any additional processes or policies they have with respect to handling complaints.
Thank you for that. And if there is an escalation of a complaint through any of these mechanisms, who reviews ultimately those complaints? I guess it's specific to whether it's Title IX or the Faculty Senate grievance.
Kelly Schrader for the record again. Yes, that's it. So the Title IX office, there is a director of that office outlined in the Board of Regents handbook. That office is dedicated and designated to review all Title IX specific complaints. And then with respect to the process and investigation, if it is the facts of the matter of the case rise to a certain degree, which there's a test for that, then they would conduct the investigation and work through that department. The same with employee relations, and the same with Faculty Senate. I believe some campuses also have an ombuds office that is there to support for mediation, guidance, and referral to resources.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question on that. Just to clarify for me, at least, the process that you've outlined, is that just for employees and not for grad assistants, or is that for both?
It is for both.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to start it off. I'm not so naive as to, there is going to be a fiscal note with 191. Maybe it's less, maybe it's more, but there clearly will be a fiscal note, and it has to be dealt with in the legislature. So I'm of the mindset that, the bill probably isn't going to pass. But Kelly, this will be more back to you. Then what is breaking down? And let's just take the GAs, okay, and their complaint that, they're being harassed and they don't have a response. So I think we have to take the position here as Regents saying, okay, look, we can't support the bill. Whether it passes or not, I think it's going to be problematic because there will be a fiscal note, so it probably won't come out. It's fine, refer it to Ways and Means. In the end, the third week in May, it's probably going to languish there. So, but we need to address it as Regents. All right, where is it breaking down and how come we aren't able to address it in the handbook? And then I'm going to turn to the presidents and, okay, why are we getting these complaints and how do we fix it? And I think if we send that message out there, then it isn't as critical that 191 moves forward.
Thank you, Regent
Kinda loaded, I know.
Gokachia. Kelly Schrader again for the record. We did meet NSHE and the group that we spoke about earlier in Council Parker's presentation twice with the GAs, and we received a lot of information over the course of that. Really, the institutions can speak very specifically to the work being done and what those concerns are. So I would turn it over to UNLV, DRI, and UNR, as they have had far more meetings with the GA groups than just the 2 meetings that we have had facilitated at NSHE. So they can speak to a more foundational level of what those items are and their perspective on that information.
So I'll open it up to those presidents.
Sure. Chris Heavey, UNLV Officer in Charge for the record. We have definitely shared the concern about the stories that we've heard from the graduate students about unresolved issues, including concerns about retaliation. And so we've been very proactively working to put in place the kinds of mechanisms that they're asking for, irrespective of the progress of Assembly Bill 191. And so I really want to commend Kate Corrigan and our Graduate College Dean, Alyssa Crittenden, for the proactive work they've been doing. As the chair said, or maybe it was Kelly who said, we've had multiple meetings now with the graduate students to listen to the concerns that they've raised, and we do have a GA grievance process in place where students can raise concerns, and certainly retaliation is illegal. And so we are trying to identify any issues, any instances where that may have occurred. That process currently runs through the graduate college dean. I think the graduate students would like it to be more independent, and we're looking at setting up a more independent review process for concerns that get raised. So it's a little hard to identify the specific instances because they've been short on details of the stories that we've heard that are very concerning. But we want to make sure that we have robust processes in place regardless of the progress of the bill. And as Interim HR Director Shirato said, we also have an ombuds office that we stood up about 3 years ago, and now we've even hired an assistant ombuds also to assist in parallel with the graduate college process.
I just need to clarify then, and I know I didn't ask it, but then we also get into the compensation side of this as well. And do you feel comfortable as presidents, you could in fact come to us as Regents and address that as well? There seems to be some, as I look at it, and I'm saying, okay, there says 20 hours, and so that's 80 hours a month, and you can get up to $3,200, so that's $40 an hour. You can probably go to school at $40 an hour, but I realize they're limited hours. But as you look at the new compensation, or maybe the need for, not everyone's getting $3,200, some of them are getting $1,700. To address those things, the compensation side of it, do you feel comfortable doing that as well as a president?
Regent
Chancellor.
Regent Gokochi, if I could, for the record, Patty Charlton. So one of the components that we do have to be mindful of is that in the position in which state appropriation is required, we are not able to increase compensation without the legislature appropriating funding. We can go back to the chart that also showed the distinction between state support, grant funding, and they're coming, graduate assistance compensation is coming from multiple levels of resources. And so, but obviously our biggest funding stream is the state appropriation. So we do have to go through that process. There was an increase that was provided in the 2023 session, and I know that the presidents and CFO Vitone can speak to that. This is a difficult budget. I will tell you that we are running into roadblock after roadblock, not on anyone's fault, but recognizing that the state is in a difficult position just to fund our core base operations at this point in time. And so just recognizing that we would bring compensation adjustments through this process, prioritizing by the board as part of our overall budget process for those that require state appropriation, which is a large amount of these funds. But again, perhaps even UNR, DRI might also want to weigh in on the cost. We recognize that UNLV has the largest number, but I think that it is a significant impact, especially when you look at DRI, who is almost 100% self-supporting or grant funding.
And Madam Chair, if I may, then I'll move away from the compensation, and we'll deal with the real issue in this, a lot of it, and that is the harassment or the response. And I think we need to deal with that as Regents. The budget questions will be there this year, next year, and forever.
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton, again, Chancellor, I think also hearing from UNR in particular, I think Provost Thompson is in the room. He's also been engaging in these conversations along with the Dean of the Graduate School and Council in these very important conversations with grad assistants, but they're taking it much deeper. We take their concerns and their what they have reported very serious. This is a major issue, and it is not something that anyone takes lightly. So perhaps either Provost Thompson, I see Andrew Klinger is there as well, could answer some questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. For the record, Jeff Thompson, Executive Vice President and Provost at the University of Nevada, Reno. So we certainly are very concerned about many of the issues that have come to our attention. We have been meeting since President Sandoval has been president monthly with the Graduate Student Association and listening to their concerns that everything from housing costs to compensation to issues related to funding for international students and also domestic students. We have been advocating for students and student resources and working through the issues that we can address. As Officer in Charge Heavey said, some of them we do not have enough information yet to fully address some of the concerns that have come forward, but we'll continue to work forward. Today, we released a statement to all of our faculty and graduate students and administrators on expectations for supervision of graduate students, but also resources for all of our students. So we will continue to work with our graduate students, our faculty and staff to ensure that our students are supported and that they can make progress toward their degrees.
Thank you, Chair. Kibur Acharya, President of DRI. For all our employees at DRI, we have a pretty robust grievances process in place. And if anybody ever has felt or that person, individual was harassed, and we take those issues very seriously. We have a faculty senate, very active, and obviously all the other HR processes in place. And to my knowledge at DRI, I have not heard of, during at least my tenure the last 5 years, a single harassment case for our graduate students that have been brought to my attention. And so on the other side, the funding-wise, as you saw that our DRI is primarily funded by our faculty and staff, and students are funded by the federal government. And there is quite a bit of shift happening right now at the federal level and how the federal funding is going to be available in the next few years. And I have fiscal concerns about that situation because I don't even know whether I'll be able to support all of my faculty, let alone our graduate students. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead, Kelly.
Kelly Sherrato for the record again. With respect to the concerns related to the complaints that we're hearing, I just wanted to clarify that in November, when we did hear from the graduate assistants, we did reach out, NSHE HR, to the Title IX offices to make them aware of the concerns that were coming forth and the individuals who had brought those concerns. And so in following up through that, and we continue to do that as we hear more, where is this going? Let's see if we can assess where this laser focus breakdown could potentially happen. And what we're hearing back from the campuses is that the policies and processes were followed, or they're not able to exactly substantiate the concerns that are coming forward, or they're not able to identify that some of the individuals raise these complaints and they may not be bringing them forth and experiencing them without making a report. We will continue to do that regardless of this process that is required by state and federal law, and it is outlined in our Board of Regents policy. And we continue to follow up regularly with our presidents, Title IX, and HR regarding these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Breger.
Thank you. Susan Breger for the record. You know, I'm only going to use UNLV, I'm certain the same things are happening everywhere, but being as that we're here, when it says, and we listen to the students, raise your hand if you do 40 hours, raise your hand if you do 60, raise your hand if you do 80. When it says right here in the document, they're expected to work a maximum of 20 hours. This is not new. I guess I'm always kind of, I don't want to say surprised or shocked that we get to this point when this has been happening for years. You know, the problems, the not feeling heard. And so now we're at a point where now it's going to legislature that sometimes does mandates, not sometimes, I want to be polite since we're in session. Most times does mandates without funding. I mean, that's just factual. That's not beating anybody up. It's true in all the years that I've served. So why now? I guess and there's probably no answer for it, but my concern is that it took them not being heard. I'm going to make I don't like assumptions, not being heard in some cases or a lot of cases to bring it now to want to have a union that can't be supported by dollars, and we can't spend dollars that way. Who gets away with working them, or do they feel like they have to, or they're going to lose it, or not going to put the 30 hours, the 40 hours, the 60 hours? That's what I find offensive, is that if that's happening, and then they might be able to work if they really are on their own, 10 more hours if they get permission out on an outside job. So it sounds like it got way too out of sync to me to have it get this far without solving it on your campuses. I feel strong about that. I'm certain there's always going to be a complaint or someone that's not happy. We see that just in life as general, or with a boss in real life. I'm going to call it real life. You know, I work for free unless I do a good job for everyone for 35 years. I challenge people to, that was so I could do this seat or my other seat. So that's where I'm coming from. I don't know if there's an answer to it, but it's very disappointing to have it have gone on so long that they got to a point where they felt like they had to be a union that we can't support, as far as I'm concerned.
Excuse me, Chair Carvalho, this is your special counsel.
I just want to remind the board, while the agenda item 4 has a certain amount of latitude with respect to collective bargaining in Assembly Bill 191, just a gentle reminder that ultimately you are here to potentially take a formal position on AB 191 or and that said, and I think some of these comments that certainly relate to graduate assistants and their concerns, I think it's more than appropriate to get on the record, but this is not a specific graduate assistant complaint agenda item. I think something like that would be most appropriate for new business if the board would so choose. Anyway, I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't need an answer to anything then.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Arascata.
And Special Counsel Nielsen, I'm asking for a little bit of latitude. This is to you, Deputy General Counsel Parker. Does the collective bargaining change any of the Title IX offices, the policies, procedures, or jurisdictions?
Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker, for the record, Title IX is Title IX. So if there were collective bargaining about that issue, we would have to follow federal law. Does that answer your question?
So does collective bargaining change anything in regards to the disciplinary measures?
Well, do you mean, so Carrie Parker, for the record, the collective bargaining could impact the process for resolving discipline, what the appeals process might be, but if a claim falls under Title IX or other federal or state law, we would be bound to follow the state law. It would be possible for collective bargaining to enhance or go beyond what the legal requirements might be, but the employer, NSHE, must follow those federal and state laws. Those cannot be waived.
Okay. And I'm going to kind of follow up with Regent Brager on the question on page 5 of the expected work hours. It's expected the 20 hours weekly. Is that a minimum, a maximum, a required designation? It just says the expected work hours. Mr. Martinez? Anyone?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I'm assuming this is a question best answered by the individual institutions that employ the students.
Chris Heavey, UNLV officer in charge. Yes, that's the maximum number of hours that students are expected to work for their GA assignment. And I will say that's been communicated repeatedly to our academic leaders across the campus, and we would welcome information about where there's been violations of that we could address.
Provost Thompson?
Jeff Thompson, Executive Vice President and Provost, for the record. To your question, Regent Arascata, yes, that is what we expect, 20 hours.
And President Acharya?
Thank you, Chair. Before I became an administrator, when I was a faculty, I also used to have a lot of grad students who used to work in my lab. I've supported many PhD and master students. So there is a little bit of a blurry line between what's required as of that 20 hours is what we're allowed to pay to students to do the work that I want that student to do. And oftentimes that student is involved in their own research. And so the research that the student's doing for me versus doing for himself or herself, it's difficult to put a demarcation line between them. So they're working on their own research. And so they are working like 60 hours a week, So, but I'm paying them 20 hours. That's the federally allowed hours that I can pay them. So it's difficult to separate that out. Oftentimes, while they are doing, if they are teaching, that's completely different. But I'm talking about the graduate assistant who are doing research. So oftentimes, a lot of my students used to work from morning to evening, but a lot of times they're doing their own research work while they're getting paid by me to do their own research work. So it's difficult to say that the students should or can only come to campus and do 20 hours of work and go home. They have to do their own research, and oftentimes it's the same work. Just wanted you to understand that. Thank you.
Very clear. Thank you, Dr. Acharya.
Regent Ariscotta, did you have any other follow-up questions?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So I have a couple of things that I want to bring up. So first, one, I want to thank my colleague, Regent Gogachia, for his legislative perspective. I think that is important for us to remember that 3 weeks into May will be a major decision point. Obviously, sine die is June 2nd, but so thank you for sharing that insight. And I also want to just thank Regent McGrath for bringing up, you know, the very real concerns that we heard in public comment, right? And I kind of wrote down that I was surprised to hear so many students experiencing bad work conditions, and it sounded like there's maybe like a culture problem for some of these students. Then I put into kind of, you know, I think any complaint is worth, you know, one complaint is too many. You know, of the 14,000 students, I'm hoping that this is statistically, you know, a smaller number. But again, one is too many, so let's just acknowledge that. And then I started thinking about, you know, when I was a student and maybe I had a complaint and I didn't know where to go, and with limited resources as a student, limited knowledge base, but also just the limitations of our state, right? We have 2 R1 research institutions and a research institute. If I'm upset and I live in the South, I don't have any other options, and same for our folks in the North. So I just acknowledging that there are probably some limitations if there are problems, just given our demographic and resources. But I want to, you know, I want to, as just a board, I think regardless of 191 and our legislative, you know, the fiscal notes that will be in here, it sounds like we do need to work with our 3 institutions to make sure that, even though that you've identified the process, and I want to thank you for that, and I want to think that you know, it extends to all of our grad students. It sounds like there's either a gap in knowing how to report, what to do, or it's not enough for certain people. And again, 1 is too many, and you know, but and so I just kind of wanted to share that I think the board and NSHE as a system should maybe examine this outside of 191 and just see where potential gaps are, and see if we can fill them organically. And then I wanted to, and I really appreciate Dr. Acharya putting that into context, because I had written that down, you know, if there's a student doing research, they're paid for 20 hours, but obviously if you're passionate about it and you're going to school and you're going to get a degree, you'll probably put more hours in. And so that's great. But I want to also just get clarification from maybe our 2 R1s for students who are actually teaching. The 20 hours, does that encompass, should those 20 hours include all of their teaching time, all of their prep time, and all of their external meetings with students? Should that only take 20 hours a week?
Chris Heavey for UNLV. That would be our expectation. And again, as President Acharya said, it's going to vary week by week. But if we have situations because of the regular schedule, grading exams 1 week, not other weeks, how many times you've taught a class, the first time might, you know, take more investment. When you've taught a class multiple times, it's the prep time obviously is dramatically reduced. If we have instances where it's taking consistently beyond 20 hours a week, again, we're eager to hear about those and to problem solve those things. For example, I created the course to train people to teach Psychology 101 many years ago. The first semester they taught it, they only taught 1 class, while they concurrently took a course that taught them how to teach it and reviewed the content with them. And then after, in subsequent semesters, they would teach 2. But definitely we're eager to problem solve instances where it's running consistently over 20 hours a week or substantially over 20 hours a week at any point. Thank you.
For the record, Jeff Thompson, Executive Vice President Provost at the University of Nevada, Reno. Regent Brown, to your question, yes, that is our expectation, with the caveats that Officer in Charge Heavey gave, that there is sometimes some experience. There are times of the year where there is more grading than other times of the year if you are grading for a class. But we try to make sure it averages over the semester 20 hours a week. And it also depends on discipline and what are the expectations in a discipline, whether you're teaching lab classes or if you're teaching courses, on what the time commitments are going to be and the prep time and the number of students that you're going to expect to meet with. But we do expect all the departments to set the standard of expectation that it is 20 hours a week.
Thank you. Ms. Strato?
Regent Brown, thank you so much for bringing up the point with respect to our GAs knowing what their resources are, or maybe having a lack of knowledge about what those resources are and continuing that conversation. So in our recent meeting with them, I think that we learned a lot. In our initial discussion with this group, they were very clear about knowing where their resources were, knowing what the processes were. However, through our meetings, we discovered that perhaps that isn't the case. There was some information in our recent meeting that I want to express a lot of gratitude to Dr. Corrigan providing the GA groups, and it was really impactful, at least from my perspective, to them about hearing that information. It had been sent through email communication, and the feedback that we heard was that they hadn't received it, or some hadn't received it. So that was information that we were able to take back, the institutions were able to take back and consider when they are sending out information, resources, and communication. And that will continue through their work with the institutions and through our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I think what we really need to do is we need to obviously crack down and figure out, what's happening and why we have so many instances of students saying that there's an issue. It sounds like we could send an email to all the graduate students letting them know that, should you have a problem, I mean, everybody gets communication. We have everyone's email. I mean, it sounds like maybe we need an awareness campaign so that they understand. I am against this bill. We can't afford it. Period. End of story. And I find it always interesting how we continue to bring things forward and we can't afford it. We're still feeling the rippling effect of the COLA increase. So that is something that we just really need to understand. Everything's all well and good, but we are the fiduciary here and we cannot afford this. So I am going to be voting against this. With that, if I may, Chair, I'd like to make a motion that this body opposes AB 191.
I have a motion to oppose AB 191. I'll ask for a second, and I do have a few more regents in the queue for discussion
I'll
and
second
questions.
that for discussion.
Okay, so there's a second from Regent Brager. So then I will move to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I wanted to follow on Regent Aristotta's comments on slide 4, because I didn't realize that there was a minimum to a maximum for graduate students. So the minimum is $1,700. So how do they earn up to $3,146 would be my first question. And then when we heard the students say they're working more than 20 hours, some 40, some 60, I appreciate what President Acharya said there, but is anybody working more than they're supposed to? And if they do, are they being paid more? Because this is an hourly rate, correct? So that's second. And then it also says that they are fully paid for the year for their health insurance and over the summer, which is a huge benefit. So what is our cost for NSHE? Because that should be added into what their salary is. And then they also get contributions to workers' comp and Medicare. So maybe it's not quite as grim as we thought, but I too want to get to the root cause of the issues that were brought up. But just answer to those questions at this point would be very helpful. Thank you.
So Chair Carvalho, for the record, thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for those questions. And so first, on the basically monthly rate, it is a $1,700 minimum to $3,146 maximum. And I would suggest that the president's might be the best to address the range within there. It could be discipline specific. Some disciplines might have more capacity that is necessary. We can also provide, and Vice Chancellor Vitone can certainly grab, what is the premium that is required for the health insurance and the workers' comp and Medicare, because that is part of our fringe rates, and so we can certainly provide that information as well. And then the 100% registration fees that are waived would vary based on the type of program and whether or not an individual is a part of a non-resident tuition and fee, and so it could vary, but we do have the range based on the approvals of the fees that come to this body. So I'm going to start with the officer in charge, Heavey, regarding the range, and then if we could go to President Acharya, and then also President or Provost Thompson.
Thank you, Chancellor. Chris Heavey, from Officer in Charge from UNLV. Yes, the range varies by level of program. So doctoral students are paid more than master's students, and within disciplines, the salaries vary just like they would by faculty, and it's based on national benchmarks. So they compare levels, and so, for example, a PhD student in computer science is paid more than a master's student in anthropology, and that's a national, kind of related to national pay trends.
So I just learned that, Kamur Acharya, President of DRI, we pay our master's level grad students $2,050 per month, and our PhD students $2,250 per month. Since we don't have that many students and our disciplines are very similar, science, all science, and so we pay the same amount in all disciplines within DRI.
For the record, Jeff Thompson, Executive Vice President and Provost, University of Nevada, Reno. Graduate teaching assistants are paid by discipline and degree program to meet national expectations for recruiting students, and tend to be highest in biomedical sciences and engineering. When faculty are funded extramurally from the federal government, they then request what the stipends are going to be for graduate research assistants as part of their proposals. And in the proposals, it is based, again, on national expectations for students at the master's and doctoral level, and by discipline, and also by funding agency. So it is a very complicated, and it is not something that is set, but we do try very hard to manage expectations for departments and disciplines when they are submitting proposals.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo, did you have anything else to add?
The only thing that didn't get answered is what the value of fully paid insurance for the year, including summer school.
Thank you for that. CFO Vitone is working on that now, and I think he's ready to give you some information on that.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo, Chris Vitone, for the record. I'm actually still looking that up, but the value, the health insurance that the students are receiving is the same graduate student health insurance that all the graduate students would be either receiving or opting out of through the waiver when they're covered otherwise. And I apologize that I'm not as fast finding it as I thought I would be.
This is Chris Heavey from UNLV. The full benefit package, including the tuition, if a student's out of state, can often go upwards of $35,000 a year, or something in that range. So the full value of the GA-ships at 20 hours, including out-of-state tuition waivers, can be, I think, up to $60,000 a year or so.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe the current rate for fall, spring, and summer, it looks like it's about $4,700 for the full year. for health insurance.
Thank you. Next, I will go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the great things about today, aside from the appointment of Chris Heavey to be the lead the flagship over at UNLV, is just the nature of the conversation that we're having. It's I hope that the sentiments that the board is sharing is that it seems like there was a lack of responsiveness at institutions regarding graduate assistance issues or grievances, which has led to a place where now they are hoping to unionize to resolve issues that they're having. And I think for those students, I hope that they look at this as a success, because they've placed this on the map now that they've brought it in the manner that they have, both to legislators and to the board, which essentially places it in our hands to try to resolve some of the issues that have occurred or that they have alleged to have occurred on the campuses. And if it's one thing that we as a board, I believe, really want to be able to drive, it's not only student success, but the student experience while they are on a campus. And so I hope that those students recognize that look, even for me, it's really tough to support this bill, getting away from the fiscal notes. I mean, there was just such an overreach, in my opinion, of how this is laid out, that it would be very difficult to support it. That does not mean that any member of the board who opposes the bill does not support graduate assistance, and certainly does not, we support the students. And so I know that some students today were extraordinarily passionate during their public comment, and they were almost drawing a line in the sand where if you don't provide us the gateway and guidance to be able to get collective bargaining, then obviously you don't support what we're doing at the institution. That couldn't be further from the truth. And so I think it really is important that we get to take a look at this and really take a look at what are our policies, what are the levels of accountability that we have as a board to ensure that the institutions are doing the things that they've got to do to make sure that these students are not only successful, but that the experience that they have on our campuses is outstanding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Brooks. Are there any other comments or questions from Regents? Well, I just wanted to offer one last time before I make any comments, and then we can move forward with
one more comment.
Sure, please go ahead,
Madam Chair,
Regent Gochia.
To the maker of the motion, I guess it's only semantics, but rather than say oppose the bill, that are we better served to say we can't support the bill as written? I mean, it's the same position, but it's rather than drawing the line and saying, okay, hey, no, it's hell no.
Regent Gochia, this is your special counsel, Chris Nielsen. I think we all understand what you're saying, but I'm just kind of reading how it was agendized. I'm just going to read it verbatim. The board may take action to support, oppose, or provide other direction to the interim chancellor regarding a formal position on AB 191. It's my understanding that Regent Goodman's motion, which was seconded by Regent Brager, was to oppose AB 191.
If I may, Chair, Sir Regent, I absolutely agree with your sentiment, and if I could change it, I would. I appreciate where you're coming from. It's a softer way to put it, and maybe I was a little too brash. Thank you.
And Chair, if I could, just for the record, I definitely get the sentiment, and that this is, I know that this is a difficult conversation to have. We are talking a lot about graduate assistance, but we're talking about collective bargaining in whole, and so your message is well received. And thank you, Regent Brooks, for articulating it in the manner that you did, that this is what has occurred to bring these issues to light. They shouldn't, we take them very seriously, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I did want to add a few comments. First, a few clarifying questions, or really just one for Council Parker. the comparison between AB 191 and NRS 288, I found interesting. And if AB 191 does pass, will it become separate statute from 288?
Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker for the record, it would be included in that chapter in 288. So in the supporting materials, I think was a bill draft. So it tells you whether it's amending a provision that's already there or if it will be a new provision in 288. So for the most part, the bill would live in 288. There are some revisions that would go into 396.
Thank you. And also, I'd like to ask on the record, I know that there were some, at least written public comments, and I think there was some, it was alluded to a bit today, regarding faculty having the right to bargain, and that already is codified in law and in our handbook currently. It's just that there are certain segments of our NSHE faculty population that have chosen not to pursue that, correct?
So for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, so that's correct, Chair. So that provision is available, and as we just saw at the March meeting, and that process is underway, Nevada State is the next institution that is working through that process. They don't have an agreement at this time, but those would come back to this body. So we have TMCC, Western Nevada, and CSN that are currently under a collective bargaining. So that provision exists. So that, just want to make sure that that is answered.
Thank you. I'll say that I was new to the world of collective bargaining when I became a regent. In my capacity as a private business owner, it was something that was considered, but it never really took hold. And as an employer, a lot of times you're worried about something like this. I understand why. There is a cost to it. On the other hand, I've really tried to dig into this a lot and understand what it means and the ideas behind it. And for me, especially in a large organization, I think there's a lot of power in being able to speak with one voice. And so at the end of the day, I feel like I fully support the idea of our groups, our graduate assistants, our faculty members, even our part-time faculty members, having that ability to organize if they so choose. My biggest concern is the fiscal note, and I'll say here that I pressed Chancellor Charlton on some of those items that she brought forward, and I understand where system staff is coming from with this, especially with what Council Parker had mentioned earlier. I understand we need to be very cautious and very we need to be very aware of those fiscal concerns. I was hoping that maybe we could refine that motion, because I agree with my colleague that I don't oppose everything in this bill. I'm concerned about some things with it. But I will just say I don't agree with opposing it in a blanket manner. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you. I will open it up to any last comments. I just want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard on this. Seeing none, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to oppose AB 191. So at this time, we'll take a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
No.
Chair Carvalho.
No.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez. Regent Goycochea.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McGrath,
Yes.
Regent Ariscata,
Yes.
Regent Batista,
No.
Regent Boylan is absent, Regent Breaker.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We will go now to item number 5, Governor's Recommended Budget Update and Legislative Report. And I believe Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A.420, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC. Through consultation with special counsel, I've determined that because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And I will also make the disclosure that pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I am disclosing that a member in my household and I are students at UNLV. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. Therefore, I will be voting in this matter. Thank you. And for this, I will go to Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton and Chief Financial Officer Chris Fatone, in addition to Director of Government Relations Alejandro Rodriguez, if he is with us.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the board. So today we want to bring to you just a general update of where we stand with the 2025 legislative session from a financial perspective, as well as bills that we have been monitoring and evaluating, and then give a little bit of additional conversation on some of those. And so with that, I do want to turn it over to Vice Chancellor and CFO Fatone to give just a high-level quick update on the budget. Just a reminder, we do have an economic forum on May the 1st, which will, and I know Regent Gokichi is all aware of the economic forum, but it will guide the closing process for budgets by the legislature. And so that is on May the 1st. And then we do have a budget closing of NSHE scheduled for May the 2nd at 8 o'clock in the morning. So not looking forward to next week. But with that, Chief Financial Officer Fatone.
Good afternoon, Chris Fatone, Chief Financial Officer. And I think you just got some of the highlights for the upcoming week. But since your last meeting in March, there has been obviously a lot of activity at the legislature, but not any closing activity on our budgets yet. So since your last meeting, we had our main budget hearing in front of the joint subcommittees back on March 11th. Following that meeting, we as we always do, received some questions and responded to those from that meeting. The subcommittees also received, they had requested from their fiscal staff a presentation on our formula requests. So at their joint subcommittee meeting on April 7th, I believe it was, they received a presentation. It was not our presentation, it was their fiscal staff's work, where they had updated our calculations based on the revisions to the governor's recommended budget when a couple of our enhancements were moved off to one shot, so just technical adjustments to those calculations, reflecting those. And just a reminder and overview of the mechanics of the proposed formula adjustments that we've shared with you on many occasions. So they received that presentation at their meeting on the 7th. There was no action taken at that meeting. It was a work session where they just received that presentation so they could give them some direction to their staff, for their staff to use in preparation for the meeting that the Chancellor referred to that's happening next Friday. So what has also happened since then, the Economic Forum is scheduled for next Thursday, the 1st. Prior to that meeting on the 1st, there's a smaller group called the Technical Advisory Group for the Economic Forum that meets to review the minor revenues. So the Economic Forum forecasts the major revenues, the largest components of the state, the tax revenues that fund the general fund. The Technical Advisory Group hears forecasts from the state's economists on the minor revenues and makes the recommendation on those minor revenues. That meeting occurred yesterday. And that group, the revenues they're reviewing represents about 11% of the total general fund tax revenues. For that 11%, the outcome of that meeting was a downward projection from what was originally projected back at their last meeting in November. The downward projection was about 2.3% per year in the FY26, FY27 projections. And those numbers, that percentage, I think, is about in line with the range that we've been hearing as folks are talking about this over the last few weeks at the legislative session. That 2.3%, if you look at that on the full general fund tax revenues that were originally projected from the December Economic Forum meeting, that translates to about $286 million over the biennium, so or about 140, what is that, 143 or so million per year. So that's not great news. I think that's in line with the numbers I think folks have been sharing as we've talked about how things are going and how the general tone of or concerns around the Nevada economic outlook as we see some reduction in the tax revenues year to date in FY25 and comparison to FY24. So we're looking forward to looking forward because we have to the meeting that's happening next Thursday. Wishing the outlook was better going into that, but that is where we stand, and that's really just based on the current economic climate. I think in the background, as you know, we both at the state level and as we do here, continue to to have concern with the potential federal impacts as we get into the summer and where that may go. So that's the general tone, I think, of where we're anticipating the economic forum to go. I think we've seen some in some of their work as they're getting ready for that, the action they've been taking. I know in Director Rodriguez's note to you last week about last week's activity, the GOED budgets were closed last week, and in those budget closings, they did do some reductions from the governor's recommended budget on accounts that are important to us. They expressed some concern in doing so. You recognize the importance of the accounts. I'm referring to the WIN funds and the Knowledge Fund that were both closed last week with reductions from the governor's recommended levels that will result in less being available for our programs that are funded from those accounts. So not a great start, but definitely also a hint of what to be expected as the legislature works through those closings. So with that, I will pause there and either hand off or.
Chair Carvalho, would you like us to pause and see if there's any questions for Vice Chancellor Vitone before we move forward, or would just continue to move forward through the agenda item?
I'm not seeing that there are any questions or comments right now, so you can continue.
Okay, great, thanks. So with that, Director Alejandra Rodriguez and I are going to cover the next part. So in your materials under supporting material reference 5A, there is a list of different bills that have come forward that either institutions have requested and or we have provided some level of position just based on the status. He's going to go through that should you have any questions on that. But we did want to highlight a few bills in particular that we have been actively engaged on and participating in for various reasons. So I'm going to start with this, and this is relating to agenda item 5B. And so AB 238 and SB 220 are two bills that relate to what we call the film bill. There are two different bills, one moving through the Assembly, one through the Senate, or introduced in that manner. And so these are bills that we have preliminary taken and we continue to support in this area as they relate to specifically economic diversification and workforce development within our state in the area of the film industry. And so with that, our institutions stand ready, as you know, and they are very anxious, and many of them already have existing programs that can support this, this effort as it moves forward. And so with that, those are two bills. There's some supporting material back in the back that we're not going to cover, but if you have any questions related to UNLV, as they have been a little bit more engaged on one aspect in SB 220. But again, we are supporting that bill and have been because of the workforce development and the nexus that covers across our institutions within the system. We also have SB 322, which I'm going to just key up really quick and then turn it over to Alejandro Rodriguez. This is a bill that, as many of you know, relates to professional development for the Regents. We were able to amend that language to reduce the amount of hours that is included in there, because really you are doing that, and your chief of staff has got a significant inventory of what those provisions are and how you spend that time relating to that. There is an amendment to that bill that relates to a change in NRS regarding a requirement, a degree requirement for the chancellor that is moving through the process. That was something that has been supported by the board, and we talked about that at April 10th a little bit. I think Regent Del Carlo asked about that provision, and we had also been in consultation, council was, with Chair Carvalho. The one thing I wanted to note on this particular bill, and while we're not able to get it into this bill currently, is one of the things that we'd like to see over the interim and with support and some advocacy is to also amend the bill to be consistent with provisions of 386, 320, which actually relates to compensation for trustees. The bill that is coming forward under SB 322 really mirrors professional development for trustees of school boards throughout the state, and as a body that has a significant fiduciary responsibility, but also the time that you invest and the time that you give back in support of higher education. We'd really like to see in the interim to get some opportunity to pair those two together so that compensation for the board can also be equalized in that same manner. And so, for example, under 386, 320 currently today, an area that serves or a trustee that serves or a district, a certain population size receives $750 per month as opposed to a per meeting kind of assessment or charge. And so we'd like to see that be equalized and tailored as one changes, the other can go together. And so that's just one I wanted to add. I'm going to turn it over to Alejandro Rodriguez to cover a couple of the other bills and then also to address any of those under reference 5A as well. So Alejandro?
Thank you, Chancellor. Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Yes, so as the Chancellor mentioned, we're in the last sprint of the session, so we have 40 days remaining. As you all know, I send you all weekly updates. I appreciate the questions and the calls I get on specific bills. So I don't have to go through each bill on the list unless you all choose to go through some of them specifically. But as the Chancellor mentioned, we did want to highlight a few of them for this special discussion as needed. But just so you know, we just had another major deadline this week, which is the first House passage. So bills had to pass out of their house of origination unless they had an exemption, and bills with a fiscal impact or other considerations were labeled exempt and they weren't part of those, subject to those deadlines. But so we had a lot of bills that have moved to the process that have received votes in the first House. And you could see as of the 15th when these items were posted, you could see the status there, but I'll be updating this per our regular weekly updates that I send to you all. But again, we can go through specific bills if you have any questions on any, but just for awareness, the next big deadlines will be May 16th will be the second House committee passage. So the process now for those bills that passed out of one House, they're in the second House, go to the same committee process and so forth. Unless they had a fiscal impact, they were re-referred to the money committee in that specific House. So that'll be the next deadline. Then May 22nd or 23rd is the second House passage where they'll have to get a vote out of the second House. And again, these are the ones that are not subject to those exemptions. But so as the Chancellor mentioned, there were a few that were highlighted out. She went a little bit into SB 322. So as she talked about sort of the amendments, and we were really thankful to Chair Taylor in the Senate side, the bill sponsor who worked with us in the stakeholders on some of these amendments. So you'll see that it really improved a lot of the clarity and allowed greater flexibility for Regents by allowing rather than mandating some training on the broader range of topics. It brought us closer in alignment with your K-12 counterparts. And again, it helps operate, Regents will now operate under the consistent professional framework for governance. So we're part of that framework across the state. So we're really appreciative of Senator Taylor for agreeing to these amendments and working through that. And as the Chancellor mentioned, we're hopeful, and she has indicated that she will be in helping us add an amendment to deal with the NRS 396.210, which has that antiquated degree requirements for your Chancellor selection. So that's really 322. I don't know if there's, I could pause there for any specific questions on SB 322.
Are there any questions? Yes, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, for the record, and thank you for the update. We certainly appreciate it. And I don't think anybody is opposed to professional development, certainly in any role that we may take, not only as electeds, but just out into our public sector for sure. I'm just curious, how did this come about though? Like, what is the origin of how SB 322 came to fruition?
So for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, it's my understanding Senator Taylor did sponsor that bill there's a co-sponsor on the Assembly side as well. But I believe from the stakeholder group that Director Rodriguez mentioned, I think NFA has been also supportive in bringing language forward on Regents. So that's my understanding.
I appreciate that. Obviously, there's probably a lot I could say about that, but I'll just hold my comments for another time. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on which one is it? SB 322. I'm sorry.
I have a comment, Chair Carvalho.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I feel the same way that Regent Brooks was leaning towards. I really feel like, we run for office, and if somebody thinks we need more, I wish they would have invited us to be part of the conversation. I would be happy to tell people what I see after my 8 years on the board, what I think could be very helpful. And we've got a regent that's been on 2 other public bodies, a total of 24 years. It would have been great to have somebody ask her opinion. I just think why do we get left out of the conversation? I am totally for professional development. I think everybody knows I'm probably the first to sign up for a seminar or a conference, because not only do we network and meet our colleagues around the country and look at their best practices, but we just learn so many things to be on the cutting edge and the trends. So I just think in the future it would have been nice to be part of the conversation and not just told what we need to do. I just needed to say that on the record. Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Just to follow up on Regent Del Carlo's comments, I agree. We run for office, we aren't paid, and now we have some professional development. I would welcome the NFA to join us in their professional development. I think that would be really great. Then we could all be there together. I really don't. I find it cumbersome. I have a job where I get paid. I also have children. I have a family, and now I'll get to do some more professional development.
I think that if Susan Bragg for the record, in wanting to add professional development, I think we get that all the time here anyway. But secondly, it should be, if you're grandfathered, if you're already here, let's not add things. We run for election at a certain time, and then you add something. Maybe some people wouldn't run if they knew everything. So I'm just going to add that. I think that we're very professional. We work very hard for $0, technically. I don't think 10 hours. I'm going to just say it. For people have asked me, oh, you get $80 an hour? I said no, for 12 hours. So I think the public's unaware of the amount of work. And even when you do a committee chair, you're not paid for the hours, the 20, 30, 300. So I think the public needs to understand that. And I also think so does the legislature. No disrespect to them. I know they're in control, but let us take care of our own house.
Chair Carvalho, if I could add, I did want to just clarify for the point that in that bill, there does provide for an expansion of professional development and compensation that includes for each hour, 3 hours of training that they complete outside of a meeting, there is the compensation that is included up to a maximum of 18 hours per year. I want to be transparent for the record.
I'm just gonna, I guess, I feel harmless here. There is no amount of compensation that would make a difference when I work for a living and I have children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren that are important to me. And the hours we spend, and the rest of them that have chaired a committee, and I love doing it, but I bet the Chancellor Committee was 300 hours. No joking. Reading everything, looking at it, doing everything. And the same for anyone that's done presidential searches. And I'm just speaking up because it is my 27th year. I feel that we come to positions with our hearts on our sleeves and really caring, and we sit here and get beat up all the time. I'm just putting it out there. We don't need more training. And it is a little bit offensive to think that we did not understand what we're doing and how we want to do it. Compensation of that level, whether it's any other $80, all it does is hurt you if you work for a living, and even if you don't. So sorry, I'm not going to sit here quiet anymore.
No.
Thank you, Regent Breaker, and everyone who has spoken, my colleagues. Again, the Chancellor has heard me loud and clear on this topic as well, and we worked very hard on trying to make this as equitable as possible. I'd like to give Chief of Staff Nicola Juski a moment to comment as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carrie Nicola Juski, Chief of Staff for the record. The Chancellor alluded to this, but I just wanted to, as your Chief of Staff, put on the record for the benefit of the public that this board has always engaged in professional development and has covered most of the topical areas that are listed in that bill. It's a regular part of what you do. I think at times you've even exceeded the recommended number of hours that are in the bill. So just wanted to put that out there and clarify for anyone who is questioning.
Thank you. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I'm really, affronted by this. And I went into the legislature in 2002. I have to admit, nobody knew it. I didn't know anything, but I chaired the Board of County Commissioners for 14 years. I served as a minority leader. I chaired government affairs in the Senate. And now to mandate that this body, as a Board of Regents, be the only elected officials that have to have training, it concerns me.
For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So Regent Gokachia, just for clarification, there is a requirement that was implemented, and I think Director Rodriguez might be able to clarify, or Chris Nielsen, your special counsel. There is some requirement for elected officials for school boards. And then, I'm not going to speak about the legislature because you know that all too well, if there is any requirement within there. But I think it's within their term.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Regent Brooks for the record. So it's not just I think what some of us what I have a hard time with is it's not just this mandate for professional development, because we do that on our own. It's that now we have a body saying, hey, you have to do this. It's almost like some type of it's almost like a punch down, and it just adds to the frustration I think that folks have in terms of how things move in the state of Nevada regarding higher education as it relates to legislative bodies, and that there has to be the ability for us to work so cohesively together that partisanship is set aside so that we're just doing what really needs to be done for the state of Nevada and those who are interested in having access to higher education. And this absolutely doesn't lend to that. It also adds language that if someone does not receive or finish what is being deemed professional development, that there be notice on the website and that emails be sent out to other regents and body members to let them know that So I'm not okay with that language at all. And I'm wondering, based on, I can only imagine that if there has already been amendments on this, it must have been a lot worse than what it is right now. And so I'm wondering if there's some room for more, for language to be,
Further adjustments?
I think that's a great way of saying it, yeah. Further adjustments. And if there isn't, that's okay, but then the board should recognize that this is it, and maybe it's something that some of us would have a hard time supporting as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
I did make my comments, but since we're still on this subject, I find it, I have to just go on the record and say it's really insulting. It really is. If we're being singled out as the only body that needs professional development, and I think it's retaliation to question one failing twice at the ballot box. I mean, come on, people, we're all adults. Thank you.
Regent Del Carlo, I just
Chair Carvalho.
I just want to
Chair
reiterate.
Carvalho, if you don't.
Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Nielsen.
Oh, sorry. I apologize for jumping in and interrupting, Chair. Just back to the Chancellor's comment a few minutes ago. It's my understanding, last time I looked at this, that I believe in 2019, the legislature mandated that K through 12 trustees take certain professional development courses. Alejandro may have a little bit more, since he's more on the weeds on that, but I just want to get that on the record.
No, Alejandro Rodriguez, for the record, you're correct. And they also, in that language, have the same stipulation about the website listing the name. But I will add to Regent Brooks's point about the original language. We were appreciative of Chair Taylor, again, as I mentioned, the original bill required each region to complete 12 hours of development the first year and 6 in each year thereafter. This now aligns us with that K-12 model for that 6 hours in first year and the third year. And that's hours that you already be achieving through the course of regular meetings. So it just allows for greater flexibility to then go above and beyond that, get that compensation for that extra above and beyond. But I don't imagine a world where a region will not be meeting this in the course of the regular meetings, especially those first meetings in January where you do the onboarding.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're just going to go on to the next set of bills that you're going to discuss. Thank you.
Alejandro or Director Rodriguez, can I turn it back to you for the final bill, please?
Sure, Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. And I will add for some of these bills, I forgot to mention, so SB 293, this is the other bill that we had outlined. This is a name, image, and likeness. It brings us up to speed on this. It updates the framework for it. It ensures that our student athletes have the same opportunities as their peers across the country in this evolving NIL landscape. So this allows the institutions to sort of serve in that capacity and sort of get rid of that restriction. So that passed out of the Senate by a vote of 15-6. So that now moves on to the Assembly, where we anticipate the next bill hearing for that one will be in Assembly Education sometime in the next couple of weeks. But that one did move on in the process. I can move on to SB. Any questions on that one? Sorry, on NIL. Okay.
There don't appear to be any.
Okay. The other one that we had flagged specifically was SB 406, which General Counsel Martinez presented to the Senate Judiciary Committee. I could pass it on to him if he wants to get a little bit more on the details on that one.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. And I'll go through it fairly quickly. I'd like to do a little bit of background because I know a lot of the regents that are on the board now may not have been here when we started this process last legislative session. So I'd like to first just kind of explain why this bill is as important as it is, and then get some clarification on what this bill does and what it does not do. So the reason this is so important is, post-pandemic, there were over 200 class action cases filed against colleges and universities across the country, specifically for moving classes online in response to government directives. The basis for those allegations, if you remember during COVID, there was tort immunity granted by the legislature. there was not contract immunity. So the basis for the allegations and lawsuits are that there are quasi contracts for in-person learning across the board for all students in NSHE. When NSHE moved classes online, it allegedly breached those contracts for in-person learning, even though it was doing so to comply with declarations of emergency and government orders. And so what SB 406 does is it provides immunity for money damages in relation to those claims. So quickly to go over exactly what it does, because this bill is very, very narrowly tailored, and it needs to be so to overcome constitutional scrutiny. So what it does is it provides immunity from money damages in civil actions and that's only for acts and omissions that meet this standard, that the act or omission was, 1, reasonably related to public health and safety, 2, that it was performed in a good faith effort to comply with the COVID-19 declaration of emergency and subsequent government orders, and 3, the claims arise from tuitions and fees paid for specifically the spring 2020 semester. The act also sunsets in 5 years. So as you can see, it's a very limited set of circumstances. It has nothing to do with vaccine mandates. We heard a lot of public comment during the committee hearing about opposing it, 'cause that had something to do with vaccine mandates. It has nothing to do with that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. But yeah, it's an important bill for us, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion on that bill, thank you for that summary, Council Martinez. Chancellor Charlton?
I think that summarizes the bills that we wanted to highlight. We've included the provisions and the position that has been taken to date. And so thank you for this time today to go through these in regards to any changes that you would want me to take as it pertains to as we head into the closing of the session. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, the vibes I'm getting out of Carson and Alejandro clearly but there'll only be one film bill come out. Realistically, which is the best bill for the system in Las Vegas?
So for the record, again, Patty Charlton. So, Regent Gokachia, I think that's a good question. So, as we were headed into the legislative session, our understanding has been there will be only one. And so I think that there has been effort, and I think there was conversation early on. Where that stands today, I cannot tell you, regarding merging of the two bills and having the Assembly and the Senate come together. But at that point, that hasn't happened. And so I, again, continue to support both bills, and I think that's in the best interest from an economic diversification and workforce development. They are different in their context. And so, again, encourage support as we move forward on these important bills for the state and the role that we will play.
So nobody wants to make a comment on what's best. Thank you.
I certainly am not in that position, no. I don't believe that making a pick between the two because they are so different.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I was wondering myself about the two bills, and I guess we won't have any input. Is that what I'm hearing? And they are very different bills. And when I read through this material that was in, but I saw the ramifications from a bad decision when they put the Fire Academy in Elko, outside of Elko, to probably do something nice for Elko. But it was totally the wrong location for the fire.
Regent Del Carlo, I do apologize. You're breaking up a little bit, and so it's difficult to hear you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I'm
we will definitely.
In one spot, so
yeah, we will
I'm
definitely.
a ways away, so I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We will definitely keep the board posted on any changes and/or amendments that come forward along the way. So thank you.
I just want to say one thing on it. I really hope the legislators will get together and do what's best for Southern Nevada economic development and our students. And the thing I'm concerned about is that the property in the Harry Reid Park is wonderful and great, would be a great location, but does that really include studios? Because I think the studio support is on the other bill. That's what I'm worried about. And how do you get those two to merge? Unless I got it wrong.
No, for the record, Patty Charlton, interim chancellor. So I think that's with the legislature as we head into these closing 40 days. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. Looking at SB 220 and AB 220 or 238, I do want to just first acknowledge SB 220 and Senator Lang and how she was a champion for our higher ed institutions from the beginning. Obviously we're sitting here in an NSHE meeting, so we can talk about, it's so important that we talk about us being a workforce pipeline for the state, and any big initiative, especially if this is something that will diversify our economy, has to include our higher ed institutions. And I think it's so important that this board recognize and just acknowledge that Senator Lang made that a priority from the beginning. On the flip side, I also do want to acknowledge Assemblymember Hadigi has put in their proposal the film board will consist of 3 NSHE spots, the president of UNLV, the president of UNR, and then a Board of Regents appointee. And she has told me that even though some of the specific relationships are not outlined in their bill, but they are being honored, which includes UNLV's relationship with FX or Warner Brothers, excuse me. And I know UNR has a relationship, and I didn't write it down. So I want to just acknowledge that these 2 bills, and first and foremost led by Senator Lang, are looking at NSHE, and I want us to encourage the final product to continue that dialogue, because without supporting growing film industry here on our campuses and the job creation that will be and the students that we will fill that, then this is an incomplete loop. But I also just want to say that given our economic forum that's coming and the probably the budget that is not there anymore, that my guess is that this will probably be a difficult decision regardless of where it goes. So I just wanted to first and foremost acknowledge Senator Lang and say thank you to our team that's continuing to work with both of the House and the Senate.
Certainly. And Regent Brown, for the record, Patty Charlton, interim chancellor. So I have to say, this has really been a dream and a vision of Senator Lang for the last 5 years. And so we really appreciate her leadership and her stewardship. She is very focused, and so we really appreciate that. And I think the other important part is that this is information and communication as it evolves, because this is one that did not get through the 2023 session, but it is still very much underway, needs to come back to this board. The board needs to know about where these opportunities, partnerships, collaborations are being done with our institutions. This is exciting. I'm sure we all want to be in a movie one day, right? No, I'm just teasing, but not me. But I would just say that to that point, it's important that the board is kept apprised of these opportunities and how this intersects with NSHE as a whole, because it will be truly all of our institutions at some point in time.
Thank you. So this is for possible action. I don't know if there is a motion for that, or we don't have to take action on this particular item if we feel that we're in alignment with what has been presented, correct? Mr. Martinez?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Yeah. Jimmy Martinez for the record. I do think there was one, actually, no, as long as the board is in agreement with all the positions the chancellor has on there, the board can choose to take a vote to adopt all of those positions formally, or the board can simply say that it's provided clear direction and there's no need for a vote. If there was any disagreement amongst the board members, I think that's when a vote would be necessary. So it's anybody's call at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Regent Breaker?
Do we have to take it as a whole? Because there's one that I cannot vote for.
Jimmy Martinez for the record, absolutely not. You can make the motion any way you please with respect to the items listed.
Thank you, I thought so.
Regent Brooks?
Regent Brooks for the record, thank you. I just wanted to add to the conversation because I think my colleague and I might be, without having said anything, might be on the same wavelength, which is why I thought it might be better just to let this move without real action. And that way there's maybe some conversations that we can have. Thank you.
Conversations are still happening.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this time, we will move on to the next item. But before we do that, I know that we are desperate need of a break for a few minutes, so we'll break for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 1:15. Okay, we are going to continue with our meeting. Before we go to the next item, I did want to announce that the Workforce Committee meeting will commence immediately after this meeting ends. So if there are any questions about that, we need to get through these items and then we will go into the Workforce Committee meeting. All right, so we will move on to item number 6, Fire Rescue Training Facility for TMCC. And for this, I'll turn it over to President Hilgersom.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Karin Hilgersom, President of TMCC. For the record, it is my pleasure today to request a vote by the board to move forward with the construction of a fire rescue training facility, Phase 1. In Phase 1, TMCC will construct the training tower, Fire Academy training grounds, and Fire Academy running trail with a total estimated cost of $1.454 million, with completion estimated in fall of 2026. This facility will be housed at the William N. Pennington Health Science Center, which is often referred to as the Redfield HSC. So I am so grateful for the support of this project that we've received from community members, from many supporters in our employee base and stakeholders in our Reno Sparks community. Today, there's several of the TMCC teammates here ready to answer any additional questions that you may have, including our Associate Vice President Facilities, Dr. Ayo Akinola, Vice President Mike Pearl, he oversees our budget. We've also got Associate Dean Mike Schultz, who will help present with me in a couple of minutes. And of course, Dean Julie Ellsworth, who's done a wonderful job coordinating this project. Next slide, please. In November of 2016, just a reminder that working in conjunction with the Student Government Association at the time, the college signed a resiliency commitment, and that resiliency commitment is really, really crucial in our changing climate. And so this program is actually one piece of evidence of that agreement, and that is that fires are becoming more common, they're becoming more robust, more dangerous, more awful. And so what we do in our firefighting program and our emergency medical programs we really do save lives, and we also save property, we save forests, and that's why this program and the expansion of this program is so vital and so important for not just the future of the college, but truly the future of Northern Nevada. Next slide. This is a sort of an aerial view of the Redfield Health Science Center, and where you see the red circle is where phase 1 will be located. And it's really going to be, I think, an excellent facility to provide all types of trainings. And so now it is my pleasure to introduce Associate Dean Mike Schultz, TMCC Public Safety Programs, and he will talk a little bit about student success and the type of training we do and how it will affect our workforce.
Thank you, President. Mike Schultz for the record. It's SCHULZ. So the success of the program has increased over quite some time. We can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. We have about 169 active students claiming the fire major with a growing pipeline. We have this year we had 609 students enrolled in the spring 2025 wildland courses, which are a non-credit course, but we are looking to start a new wildland fire degree. We are one of the few college-based fire certifications here in Nevada, and as our graduates finish this program, they become ready for workforce roles. Next slide, please. Current training requires our students to travel from places as far as Spanish Springs, North Reno, North Valleys, all the way down to Carson City. This one-way trip for some of them is about 45 minutes. Our colleagues and our faculty who live in those same areas also drive one way to the 3 different locations that we are housed in just for the one program. There is no dedicated college training facility in Northern Nevada. This planned tower will simulate real-world conditions in rescue conditions. It improves agency emergency response across agencies that are not only within the major cities, but in the rural departments. The region, because of their growth, as you all know, has a strong need for multiple new fire stations. And in doing that, and starting those fire stations, there's going to be people that are going to need to fill those spots. A support for this tower and these training grounds will be a support for that regional growth. Thank you.
And before I close for questions, I do want to extend a thank you to the University of Nevada, Reno. There was a lot of really good collaboration on the master planning for the Redfield location, and I'm so grateful for that collaboration and where we landed. I think it was an excellent planning session when all was said and done, and so thank you. We also have, as you noticed, some letters in the packet. We've been collaborating with the neighborhoods, the communities, the county, and others that are actually still in the works. And so I look forward to a speedy implementation and a really smooth construction phase, assuming that the Board of Regents approves this very, very important project. Thank you very much. And that's the last slide. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, President Hilgerson. First, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. I just want to say thank you for just being so communicative and walking us through and keeping us abreast step by step. I really feel like we understand this project, not just because of the supplemental information, but because of your consistent communication. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. And I also think that this is not only a important project for TMCC to be a part of, but a crucial addition to your community. We've all seen the stories. A lot of you lived it with the wildfires and the devastation. And
So I think this is very forward thinking, and I just want to acknowledge that. And with that, I'd like to approve to move forward with the construction of the fire rescue training facility, phase 1 of 2.
Thank you for that motion, Regent Brown, and I have a second from Regent Gokachia. Is there any other discussion or questions from Regents? Regent Gokachia?
Thank you. I just want a brief comment. The need in northern Nevada, all across Nevada, is just so huge. We really need this, and I can't thank TMCC and President Hilgerson for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to extend kudos to President Hilgerson and her team. We had conversations about this many months ago. And one of the items that really were identified by all of us was speaking to the homeowners in that community. The Mount Rose Highway area has been susceptible to fires in the recent past. Very recent. I think it was just last year was the Davis Creek fire. And one of the items in which you all did was speak to all of the homeowners associations, specifically in that area. You have Arrow Creek, Montreux, so many of them, St. James Village, everything that is necessary to assure the safety of that area and that community, and especially that stretch of pristine wilderness was done. So strong compliments.
Thank you. It takes a team. I must say, Gretchen Sawyer did an amazing job communicating with my executive foundation director, associate VP, and couldn't have done this without her. She really did an amazing outreach effort. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Regents? Sure. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you. And this is completely off the record, but to my colleague, Regent Del Carlo, Eureka County actively solicited the Todd Beale Fire Academy, spent a lot of money, but for the grace of God, we would have inherited it. So you don't know how lucky you are. And this is going to be a better project. I've got some experience with bad projects. Thank you.
Better location.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. Unfortunately, it's not off the record, but we understand your sentiment there. Okay, so at this time, I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, President Hilgerson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, allocation of general improvement fees to upgrade campus network infrastructure for UNLV. Before I turn it over to Officer in Charge and soon-to-be Interim President Evie, I will just disclose that pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I'm disclosing that a member of my household and I are students at UNLV. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in this item. So therefore, I will be voting in this matter. Dr. Evie.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. We are here today asking for approval to use $4.3 million of General Improvement Fund fees to modernize and replace our aging network. This total project will be a $9.8 million project that will be paid over the total life of the project will be 7 years. We will use the additional funds will come from investment income and the student technology fee. We'll make a large lump sum payment to get this started in order to reduce the financing costs. This will replace the basic campus network infrastructure that is near or about to reach end of life and impacts obviously everything across the campus in order to support the interconnectedness now that we all expect of all of the devices that we use to sustain our modern campus. And so we're happy to answer any questions. The contract is currently being routed, and so just for the purposes of clarity, what we're asking for is the approval of the use of the GIF funds. We're going through a NSHE approved vendor. And so it did not require an RFP, though we did solicit bids from multiple vendors to make sure that we were getting a best price. And we will finalize the contract through the normal processes with the system and Chancellor's office once we have the approval of the use of these fees that will be, as I said, added to the investment income and the tech fees to cover the full cost of the project. We've also had extensive discussions with CSUN and GPSA, and they're supportive of us moving forward with this project, including the use of the various sources of funding. Happy to answer any questions, and we have our CFO and our CIO here in case you have any questions of either finance or technology.
Thank you, Dr. Heavey. I will just comment that this was an item that came back for our consideration. The board asked for additional information, and I appreciate the added insight into some of this. So thank you.
If I could clarify for
Sure.
that, Chair Carvalho, this is a different item than the item that had come before the board almost a year ago. That item was related to the use of CIF funds, capital improvement funds, that would have overlapped with this project, but it wasn't tied to any specific project because there was the amount of funds that were being expended were not sufficient to meet the general need. And so it's a related ask, but it's not actually the same ask that was before the board earlier at the $7.5 million. It's also a different source of funding, if that's what you're referring to.
That was what I was referring to. That's a bit different than what I understood. Chancellor Charlton, did you want to weigh in on that at all?
No, I think just a point of clarification perhaps for OIC Heavey is that it does relate to the same scope, perhaps expanded. You're just using different sources of revenue to meet the same need on the aging network infrastructure.
Yes, Chris Heavey, OIC, definitely overlapping scope and different sources of funds. So related, highly related.
Thank you. I will go to Regent Arascata.
Just an easy one for you, soon to be interim president. You mentioned about the student fees for technology. Are you all going to be utilizing the entire fee or percentage of the fee? Or is that still going to be able to be disseminated throughout the entire campus?
Thank you for the question, Regent Arascata, OIC Heavey. It will only be a small portion of the student technology fee, which covers many other costs directly related to student technology, including our help desk, computer labs, et cetera.
It's not just one large lump withdrawal to sink into this.
OIC Heavey, it will be used on an ongoing basis because there's a 7-year component of this that is related to the service contract. And so we will use a portion of the student technology fee to pay that cost, which is roughly $571,000 per year over the 7-year life of this contract.
Perfect. You were looking at number 3 on page 2, exactly what I was referring to. Thank you much.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from Regents? Or I will entertain a motion to approve the allocation of $4.3 million in general improvement fees to upgrade the campus network infrastructure in order to maintain secure, reliable, and modern digital services.
I will so move, Regent McGrath.
And I'll second. Thank you. I have a motion from Regent McGrath and a second from Regent Brown. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, developments regarding transgender female student athlete participation in collegiate athletics. And for this, I'll turn it over to Regent Goodman.
Thank you, Chair. I first wanted to read these comments from our Lieutenant Governor. He was on hold for the whole 2 hours. He couldn't unmute. He unmuted, and then I guess we couldn't hear him. But I just wanted to read the comments that he prepared, if I may. The This is from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Stavros S. Anthony. Good morning, Chair, members of the Board of Regents. First, I want to sincerely thank each of you for your service to our state and your ongoing commitment to strengthening Nevada's higher education system. As a former Regent myself, I understand the weight of the decisions you make and the dedication it takes to serve in this role. I appreciate the hard work you do on behalf of our students, our institutions, and Nevada's future. I'm here to urge this board to take meaningful steps to protect fairness in women's sports across Nevada's public colleges and universities. Just in this month, the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association, the governing body for high school sports, voted to update its policy to ensure that girls' sports are reserved for biological females. This is a common sense move that protects safety, fairness, and opportunity for young athletes. At a bare minimum, we should expect our state's colleges and universities to meet the same standard we now require of our high schools. The stakes only get higher at the collegiate level. For many female athletes, making a college roster isn't just about playing a sport, it's about earning a scholarship that makes attending college possible. And today, with the rise of NIL deals, we're also talking about the potential for significant financial opportunity. When a biological male takes a roster spot meant for a woman, it can cost her a scholarship, her college education, and maybe even millions of dollars in endorsement opportunities, not to mention access to professional or Olympic level competition. This issue isn't theoretical, it's real. We saw it just last year when the concerns of female volleyball players at the University of Nevada were raised publicly. These young women spoke out about what it felt like to have their place on the team and their athletic futures put at risk. Their voices deserve to be heard and protected. Unfortunately, the NC2A has largely walked away from this responsibility, leaving individual colleges and universities to make their own policies. That means this board is not shielded from having to address this issue, and frankly, we are not shielded from liability either. The responsibility to act now falls squarely at your feet. Thank you to Regents Brooks, Brager, and Goodman for putting this item on the agenda. And those are the comments from our Lieutenant Governor. Okay, and now I'll just continue on. The reason I wanted, and I'm going to speak for Regent Brooks and Brager, the reason we wanted to put this item on the agenda is that there are issues taking place across our country, and we really need to have a discussion to know kind of where this board stands, because currently there's a Board of Regents in Georgia that's being sued. Our state law is convoluted. I've been told that we can determine priority in our state law. Can we prioritize sex over gender? There's just a lot of issues out there, and I really want to thank our special counsel, Linda King, for doing all the research that she did on this. Of course, we need to uphold the Constitution of our state. Of course, we need to look out for our women and our young girls. And finally, I just want to say, this is not an anti-transgender issue. This is a pro-woman's issue, and that is where we stand on this. There is no segment of population that should receive their freedoms or their opportunities on the backs of another. And that's really what's happening here is we're saying that it's okay for transgender women to play sports and be in locker rooms and be in bathrooms with biological women, and it's not okay. We are just looking out for the women in those locker rooms. We're looking out for women just across the board that are playing athletics. Not only can they get hurt on the field or on the court or on the track, they can also and get beaten on the track. Men are significantly larger, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're faster. So we're dealing with that. But additionally, we're also dealing with the fact that they have statistics out there that say that women who play sports are more likely to be leaders. It's supposed to build confidence. It's supposed to do all of these incredible things. What are we doing to our women when they are taking a shower and they have to wonder if a biological male is going to walk in? What kind of anxiety is that causing them? Everyone talks about mental health. I can tell you that I've talked to some of these women, and there's major issues there. And so, I've heard people say today, if there's just one, if there's just one person that feels uncomfortable or gets hurt playing sports, it's not okay. So I think that us as a board overseeing the sports here or overseeing the universities here in Nevada, I think that we need to have a conversation. I think we need to press our state legislature to take a stand, and we also need to maybe bring some clarity to this issue for NSHE. Thank you very much, and I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. I will now ask Ms. Linda King, Deputy General Counsel, to come forward and present her the information that she has for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. That about sums it up. Um, It is a presentation of information. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin with a caveat. We are not in a situation currently where our NSHE athletic departments are out of compliance with anything. And I think it's important to recognize that as we move through and you hear information. My goal is just to lay the framework of recent developments since the court order that vacated the Title IX 2024 rule and subsequent regulatory developments on the federal landscape. It's a lot of information. I've tried to get it into a digestible packet, and I know we're running really late on time, so I'll go as quickly as I can. To the goal or the end game, if you will, of this agenda item is simply to present information. So I'm going to pick up where I last left you with when I advised that the Title IX 2024 regulations had been vacated nationwide. At that time, former President Biden had intended on issuing separate Title IX regulations that dealt solely with athletics. President Trump was elected, and former President Biden's anticipated Title IX athletics regulations did not come forward. On January 20th of this year, the Trump administration issued Executive Order 14168, entitled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. This executive order expresses the intent to take all appropriate action to affirmatively protect all female athletic opportunities. It also states that it will prioritize Title IX enforcement actions against educational institutions, including athletic associations composed of or governed by such institutions that deny female students an equal opportunity to participate in sports and athletic events. And it also called for a review of grants to educational programs and, where appropriate, rescinding funding of those programs that fail to comply with the policy established in the executive order. A month later, well, actually just a few weeks later, on February 5th, the Trump administration issued another executive order, this one 14201, entitled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. That executive order states that it is the policy of the United States to oppose male competitive participation in women's sports as a matter of safety, fairness, dignity, and truth. It further states that it's the policy of the United States to rescind all funds from federal programs that deprive women and girls of fair athletic opportunities. This executive order importantly cites to one federal court decision. It is the decision which vacated the 2024 Title IX rule. And it takes a quote from that case that says, ignoring fundamental biological truths between two sexes deprives women and girls of meaningful access to educational facilities under Title IX. In a bit, I'm going to talk more about the legal landscape as it applies to us here in Nevada. The case that is cited is a federal district case out of the 6th Circuit. It is not binding on Nevada at this point. At the same time, I think it was a day later, the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education issued a Dear Colleague letter. That Dear Colleague letter acknowledged that the 2024 Title IX rule was vacated and affirmatively stated that OCR would be reverting to the 2020 regulations. It also advised that OCR was taking an enforcement position that to enforce Title IX consistent with the two executive orders that I've just told you about, which promotes two sexes, male and female, and that stating that these sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. So that sets our federal landscape. As you know, there's governing bodies that govern and make rules that govern the collegiate athletics and those athletic programs that we have here at our NSHE institutions. The first of those is the NCAA. On February 6th, which I believe is a day after the OCR Dear Colleague letter came out, the NCAA issued a new participation policy for transgender student athletes. This rule limits college competitions, not participation, but competitions in women's sports to athletes who are assigned female at birth. So essentially, it does not allow individuals who were assigned male at birth to compete on women's teams. The NCAA places responsibility of verification on the institutions. Importantly, the NCAA rule also acknowledges that institutions are subject to their state, local, and federal laws. And all of those, that state law that may apply that contradicts, would supersede the NCAA rule. The Mountain West Conference, where UNLV and UNR play, has an appendix to its handbook that deals with transgender participation policy, and that notes that it is currently under review in response to recent direction from the federal government and this change in the NCAA policy. I was informed by President Sandoval that the Mountain West has voted to accept the NCAA policy, so we expect that those updates will be reflected on the publicly available information soon. CSN and TMCC also have athletics. Their athletics are governed by the NJCAA. The NJCAA bylaws do not address transgender participation by way of any type of definition of male, female, or transgender. They simply acknowledge that if an institution allows a student athlete who is transgender to participate in compliance with state, local, or federal law, that is not a violation of their bylaws. There are other related policies that were talked about by Regent Goodman, that have been talked about in public comment, that don't govern athletics within NSHE, but that are relevant to the topic. In April of 2024, prior to any changes in the federal administration, the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics, the NAIA, changed their policy to state that only students whose biological sex is female may participate in female sports teams. Under that policy, biological sex is defined by, quote, distinguishing characteristics and can be supported by a birth certificate or a signed affidavit. Under that policy, for institutions, none of which are NSHE institutions, but for institutions whose athletics are governed under that policy, the responsibility for adherence to the policy lies with the institutions. Recently, as you've heard, the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association, the NIAA, which governs our high school sports in Nevada, has developed and passed a student eligibility and participation position statement. I will refer to it as the NIAA policy, and it does not allow individuals whose birth sex is male to participate in any girls' or women's teams. Birth sex is defined as an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female. This is verified through physician verification. So there's a medical exam form that high school students have to have their doctors submit, and also submission of an unaltered original birth certificate. So those forms of documentation serve as verification, if you will, of compliance with that policy. So that's what our landscape looks like. There have been obviously a lot of changes in the recent months. And there are a lot of legal considerations and legal impacts, and I'd like to thank the regents who wanted to bring this item forward in working with me in formulating the best way to present this information. Because as it stands right now, Nevada's constitution, the state constitution that all regents take an oath to uphold, contains an equality of rights provision. It's section 24 of the Nevada Constitution under Article 1. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by this state or any of its political subdivisions on account of race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, disability, ancestry, or national origin. So I wanted to talk a little bit, that is a fundamental conflict we have at this point. Regent Boylan is not here to give me a hypothetical question, so I'm gonna have, I will give myself one, which is, if this board were to question and wonder hypothetically about what types of measures for verification it may wish to put in place, there are legal barriers to that conversation right now. So until such time that we have federal law that preempts or overrides that state constitution, we're limited in our ability to advise you on that. And I again appreciate the the lengthy conversations and the respect that the Regents have shown our office in working through these, what I think is a very difficult topic. To talk a little bit about the law, I mentioned the Sixth Circuit cases, and when the judge vacated the Title IX rules, he relied on law out of the Sixth Circuit to interpret Title IX. Legally, it's very interesting. Title IX does not define sex. It prevents discrimination on the basis of sex, but it's not defined. And that's how we find ourselves in this conundrum of we have certain courts ruling one thing and certain courts ruling another. Many states have enacted laws that are a ban on transgender participation in sports. And they may be a categorical ban, or they may ban certain types like that, just competition and not participation in sports. And there are about 24 at the last count that I did, states that have those laws. About 15 of those extend to collegiate athletics. In that case, those states, their state law would supersede, and the governing bodies for athletics would need to comply with those state laws. We know that we had 2 bills in the legislative session, in the current legislative session, that did not make it out of committee. So we don't expect that this session there'll be any state law that is a ban on transgender youth participation or collegiate participation. So when we look at, I've talked a lot about the Sixth Circuit. Nevada's not in the Sixth Circuit. We're in the Ninth Circuit. So in doing my research of how the Ninth Circuit is handling these issues, there are 2 cases currently pending in the, that belong in the Ninth Circuit, and they've both gone up on the preliminary injunction issue, where athletes have challenged the state law bans in both Arizona and Idaho. And those opinions are informative from a legal perspective with respect to how the courts are viewing these laws. Like always, and you've heard me say it a lot, everything is always fact specific. It's intensely, particularly with a constitutional challenge, and these laws are being challenged under the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. It's incredibly fact specific. The Idaho law, for example, calls for quite invasive verification of sex for youth participating in sports. And that was taken into consideration in the court's opinion. But I think to suffice it to say, the United States Equal Protection Clause prevents a barrier to these types of laws. And right now we don't know, and I can't predict. I like to think that I know where the Ninth Circuit would go with something, but I don't know when we arrive at the U.S. Supreme Court how the chips will fall. And again, because sex isn't defined, the courts are going to be looking to the purpose and intent of Title IX. There's some instructive language in the Ninth Circuit cases that acknowledge that the intent and purpose of Title IX. After years of women being denied the ability to participate in sports, and Title IX relieving that that barrier. So I can't predict. And my duty is to advise, if some type of item would come forward here on what the law is existing at that time. So I told you what it is as we sit here today. I don't want to speak to how our institutions handle their NCAA policy. There are much more qualified people to do that. We've invited them to be in the room today in case you'd like to hear from them. And I'm happy to answer any other questions as well.
Thank you, Ms. King. Regent Breaker.
Thank you for all that information. So at this point, and I wouldn't mind hearing from them, but I don't want to put you on the spot, but from here, where can we go? Because to me, this is a common sense issue. I think that we do need to absolutely protect women's sports, but with the NCAA and the NI, everybody doing something different, and then our own state constitution, which we respect, and why it's an informational item, because we do respect that. How do we get to the next step? And I know with more discussions and fine-tuning an agenda item, if we get to that point, and when we get to that point, I hope, is going to take a lot of legal expertise on how it's crafted to be within the law, but to also do that protection factor. And to me, it's very important. I grew up when there really wasn't many sports for women at all. And then, we kind of, in this state, or in this county, created even Spring Valley Bobby Sox softball, because there was nothing for girls when mine were little. So, I just went ahead and, from California, took what they did and created Bobby Sock softball here, and actually had to beg for one field. So we had to get our male components, the fathers of daughters that had sons, to help us move that forward. We don't want to go back to where girls cannot get what they need and be able to be protected along the way. So your expertise is going to become more and more important as we walk through this process to get to an actual agenda item that's more than informational.
No, thank you, Regent Breger. I think that it's a wait and see approach at this time. I know that there's interest in discussion. There's interest in information and making sure that all the board members have all the information at their disposal when they enter into these discussions. And again, I'm, ready on standby to continue to monitor the issue and advise on legal developments. And to assist to the best I can. And thank you for Bobby Sox, because I played, but I wasn't nearly good enough to ever get to the college level.
In all seriousness, a lot of them got to go into college because of that. So it was a lot of fun. I mean, it's many years ago, but it was fun to create and fun to see that girls had a safe place to be able to play. And that was very important to me and my family. And my girls did go on to play high school ball all 4 years, and one was able to go on to college. So it's really important. I don't want to get off the agenda item, but I mean, it just shows that history of where things were and how we want to make sure that it stays safe and comfortable, and that girls are girls and they're the ones that play in their sports without any one they have to compete against with any without the equality being there. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Other regents who have any comments or questions? Yes, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, for the record. And I was waiting just to see, based on the information that we've been provided by council, and certainly, I appreciate the lengthy conversations we've had to navigate this, because it is challenging. I was waiting to see if there might be some other regents who were interested in just the dialogue. This is one of those, again, it's one of those things that it's great that we can have the conversation. And I just don't think that anyone, whether they're vested in higher education, vested in sports, or just our community members, should be afraid when we come together to discuss something. The fastest way for us to provide results is to really communicate about something that might need active change. And I obviously, in supporting my colleagues in bringing this forward, I believe that there has to be a change in the way we look at collegiate sports when it comes to women. And we've got to be able to maintain the integrity of the sport and the work ethic that these athletes put into being able to get to the collegiate level, particularly from that middle school and high school participation that they're in. I understand that there's conflict with the Constitution based on the ERA and that was a ballot initiative in 2020. And the ballot initiative really started coming about in 2017. And the process from 2017 to 2020 really had a lot more to do with, if we're just talking about the context of where we are, had a lot more to do with legalizing gay marriage in the state of Nevada than it did with collegiate sports and transgender participation. And so it's perhaps maybe an overshoot of legislation and things that were basically on the ballot in 2020 that has brought us to a place now where we have to figure out how do we move around some of the obstacles that have unintentionally been placed on safeguarding women's sports. And perhaps the NIAA has done an outstanding job, at least from my perspective, in working some of that out, mostly on how they're defining things. And to me, as Regent Breger has stated, look, some of this is just the reality of common sense measures. I mean, there are inherently physical differences between men and women. I don't think anybody's going to disagree about that. Not that I know some women who are fierce and highly capable of athletic achievement, for sure. But when it comes to collegiate sports, I really strongly believe that that should be reserved specifically for biological women. And if we start getting into the language of how we define that, I mean, as challenging as some may find that, it's not challenging if we're just looking at a common sense approach. In fact, just recently, the UK courts, came to a conclusion about how a woman is defined, and it seemed to me like that was probably one of the better approaches to get this done. I certainly find it unfortunate that we have to move through these processes, and in the UK they had to go through a Supreme Court for this definition to take place, rather than, again, just some simple common sense measures that would probably allow us to move through things a little bit quicker. From the federal side of the house, if we start taking a look at Title IX implementation and what this looks like for women in collegiate sports, and recognize the way that the administration is moving, they're not moving in a direction to provide latitude for institutions who are actively either enrolling or allow transgender participation when it comes to women's sports. There have been clear communications that funding will be cut from those institutions that do not safeguard and start taking a look at the integrity of women's collegiate sports much differently. And so, certainly there's a lot to this conversation, and again, I'm thankful that we're having it so that we can at least start taking a look at how do we safeguard women in our state, specifically when it comes to collegiate sports. If we're already setting them up for success through the NIAA policy in junior high and high school, why wouldn't we, as a body or higher education, want to make sure that they're safeguarded as they move on to that next level of education in our state? Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brooks. Linda King for the record. You brought up a lot of points, but I did want, one thing that I think is really important to note is that NAII is sort of this quasi-state actor in my mind, and I think that gives them a little bit more leeway to do what they've done. I've looked at their legal analysis, and I think that they've got, there's no doubt that the board's a state actor, and regardless of how Section 24 of Article 1 got into the Constitution, it's going to apply. And it's going to require a heightened scrutiny test under the law, which is really difficult. And again, that gets into the fact-specific, what measure are you proposing in your policy, and how those facts will fall and play into that heightened scrutiny standard, that test that the courts will apply. But I do think that we're not quite in an analogous situation with NAII. So I understand that you're seeing that as a clear policy, but I think we've got to distinguish ourselves a bit from that. We're not an exact state actor. We're a state actor where they have some arguments that because they're a nonprofit recognized by the legislature and not quite a state body, that they've got some wiggle room that this board would not have.
Yeah, Regent Brooks for the record, I appreciate that. I know there's going to be more dialogue about this, but if we, not discounting anything that you've said, but if we take a look at Title IX and how even in Title IX, there's segregation based on sex when it comes to sports. And so that's something that we can't ignore, that's part of it. And so trying to combine, which is essentially what's happening now, I think again, I just believe it's unfair to the integrity of the sport for women and for the achievements that they've worked so hard for to get to a place in collegiate sports where now things become unnecessarily challenging for them. There has to be a way that we can aid them and put a stop to some of this, at least in the state of Nevada.
Thanks, Regent Brooks. Linda King for the record again. I will point out, you mentioned the UK courts and having to, rise to the level of a Supreme Court to resolve an issue. It's lengthy, but it's not uncommon. I think it could very well maybe what's going to happen here in the States, because there are enforcement actions currently pending under the new OCR guidance. There's 2 or 3 of them right now. And we did have federal legislation presented a few months ago, but it did not have enough votes to move forward that would have amended the definition of Title IX to clarify this issue. So I think what we may, if I had a crystal ball, if we may see happen is the enforcement actions moving forward and then being challenged. And then we'll have those circuits that have differing opinions rise to the level of the Supreme Court. And I know that doesn't get you to a closer answer here in Nevada, but again, that's how I see the existing law and how it might move forward.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
I have a quick question. So how many, within our institutions, how many trans students are participating in our sports within NSHE? And
That I'm aware of, none.
okay. And to my colleague's point here, I think this is certainly an important topic to discuss and something that is impacting us nationwide. I sort of refer back to our neighbors, Utah, where the governor recently vetoed a bill. This is more specific to K through 12, but in the broader context, vetoed a bill that was going against trans students participating in high school sports. And just because we're having this in a broader context in the conversation, and Regent Brooks, I think it is important for us to discuss. But I disagree with some of the points you made, and I'm glad that we're able to have a public forum do it. We're taking up a lot of this time to speak about something that I believe personally is a non-issue. I know that we're going to have a broader conversation as things come down the pipeline. But when we're talking about trans students, and something that really stuck with me when I read the veto from Governor Cox, it referred to, again, in the context of there are 4 trans students in Utah, for example, that were participating in these sports. And one of the things that he really said, and as we're having a broader discussion, that really started to quote the suicide rates of these kids, and many of whom, if they were to come through NSHE, are students or student population that struggle with this. And the really talked about wanting to belong. These are people, there's 4 kids, so I'll read the quote. 4 kids and only one of them playing girls sports. That's all this is about. 4 kids who aren't dominating or winning trophies or taking scholarships. 4 kids who are just trying to find some friends and feel that they are part of something. 4 kids that are trying to get through each day. Rarely has so much fear and anger been directed at so few, but I want them to live. And all the research shows that even a little acceptance and connection can reduce suicide significantly. If we are having this conversation now, I think that we should consider this context as well. I think I believe that our students should be able to participate in our sports, right? Following all the different guidelines of all the national bodies that allow for that. And we shouldn't be, as a board, I believe, taking a stance of getting in that way. I mean, you mentioned some boards getting sued in Georgia, for example. I think our constitution in Nevada is pretty straightforward. There are, you use it in the context of marriage, but it's still something that was voted on by our citizens, and something that we did swear an oath to. And I think that when it comes to something that is trying to single out a specific group, and again, something that I believe is a non-issue, we should be there as a board to protect them. It is under law, and I'm glad that we have really smart people, legal counsel and all that, to guide us through this. And I know that we're gonna have to, again, have broader conversations around this, but I'm here for protecting our trans students, for the people that are already struggling in their everyday lives and do wanna have a sense of belonging. And I think that it is our duty as elected regents to be able to support not just one specific type of student, but all students, no matter their background. And again, going back to the Constitution, I believe that that's there to protect that. And as this becomes a broader topic, and I know that we need to discuss it because it is also our job to be aware of what's happening nationally. I, in my elected role, want to be able to be there to protect said students. And the conversation, I think that's where we may disagree of the men playing women's sports. These are women. These are women, and whether they're born something differently in transition, that's for them, that's for the doctor, that's for their community. But these are women playing in these sports, and that's just wanted to share that context in my opinion.
Thank you, Regent Fernandez. Linda King for the record. And I think it's important too, that's why we have the information item is so that the discussions can be informed, because there are so many different moving parts of this and there are so many different points. And one of the big points, and I maybe I didn't hit on it hard enough, but NCAA's restrictions and I'll call them restrictions, relate to competition. They don't relate to participation. But what we've seen in a lot of the state law bans, they're categorical. And that factors into the court's analysis as well, because they're categorical, they prevent any type of participation. They're just blanket rules that say no. So when we talk about collegiate level and what applies to NSHE, I just want to make sure that I didn't give anybody the impression that it's a blank, that the NCAA has made a blanket no. It's a blanket no on competition, and that relates back to the notions of fair competition for the divided team sports, male and female. But excellent points, and I appreciate you raising them.
Regent Brooks, for the record, and certainly.
But before I go to you, Regent Brooks, since you've had an opportunity to speak, I wanted to open the floor to any other regents who haven't had a chance to speak. Yes, Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So in preparation for this agenda item, I actually went back and watched the NCAA congressional hearing, and I took some notes out of that because I do think that, Regent Fernandez made great points he said that there were 19 students out of the 500,000 that identified as transgender across the country. They talked about 5 different courts giving rulings saying that the way NCAA is operating is legal. In those congressional hearings, members of Congress challenged the NCAA president to get sued, and he put it back on them as to if they were willing to work with him, he'd be more than happy to have a conversation. So I think I'm more than happy to talk to anybody on this dais, right? And I really do want to just say that I appreciate having dialogues and being able to have that conversation. But when we're looking at this, the NCAA has testified that we're talking about 0.0038% of students. And how many hours has this board spent on this? We have 0 students in this state. We've had 1 instance, and our state constitution did not allow the school, UNR, to cancel that meeting, but nobody forced those kids to play. And I think my problem is that we're making an issue out of something that is being dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And it's almost like external factors making it a bigger issue. And it actually really pains me because I just wish we were focusing on things that we have control over. Like the fact that our students their visas are being revoked. The fact that we have research dollars that are being taken away and that is affecting our ability to be R1 status. There's so many things that this board has, so many examples that are actively affecting us, and the fact that we're spending time when this conversation is being had in Congress and Congress isn't taking it up. Our state constitution is very clear. And I think I'm just disappointed that we're spending more and more time on an issue that it's like it's asked and answered, right? And I think we'll just be at an impasse on this one, but we're literally talking about 0.0038 of NCAA students. So, thanks.
Thank you. I'll just chime in just briefly. I appreciate the passion and concern for the 3 regents who brought this forward. I really do. But we did take an oath as regents under the state constitution, and I think that that's what guides us in our positions. I also feel very thankful that gender identity is protected under our state constitution, and I would challenge what Regent Brooks mentioned about overshoot. I think our transgender community deserves that attention, that protection in the same way that other groups do, including in athletics, especially in a state that hasn't had the issues that have come up maybe in other places. While I understand that maybe it's proactive to think about it, I don't think that we can, if you say you're for women's rights, you're against transgender people or vice versa. I don't think that that's true at all. And I think that that's part of what has been portrayed as an argument here. And so I wouldn't want anybody to misconstrue that I'm not for women or women athletes by any stretch of the imagination. I lettered in a sport in high school as well, and I understand the importance of it. But our transgender community also needs those opportunities and those protections, just like our female students do. So I just wanted to put that on the record that that's where I'm at on that. And I'll open it up to any other regents who have not spoken yet, and then I know that Regent Brooks and Regent Goodman would like to also weigh in again. Regent McGrath, yes.
Just wanted to understand, has there been any examination of the policies if there is a refusal by a student athlete to play or a coach or other employee to participate in a match and to do their job? Has there been any, what are the ramifications, what has occurred, and what would be in compliance with the regulations that would govern both the student athletes and the employees?
Yeah, I think that, sorry, Linda King for the record. Thank you, Regent McGrath. We've had instances, and I don't know if you're referring to the prior NCAA policy, which was entirely different than the current NCAA policy, which left it up to a team to determine if it wanted to play another team who had a transgender athlete participating. And if they chose not to, that they would forfeit the match. That policy no longer exists. So right now, we've got a policy where if you, I imagine, and from what the research I've looked at, we don't have many cases yet. There was a case in Ithaca a couple weeks ago about a rowing team. I don't know what's happened, if there's been any type of sanctions by the NCAA, but it's my understanding that if there is believed to be a violation and a team chooses not to participate, that they would have that option. But we don't have any of the definitions in the policy that would say if that counts as a forfeit or what would happen. But I believe that it'd be within the team's purview to not want to play. I don't know if I would imagine that since there would be upholding the policy, that there wouldn't be a sanction and that none of the students would be sanctioned. I do believe that if a team knowingly was violating the NCAA policy, or if a student who had given a self-verification that was fraudulent to their team, that they would be subject to be subject to penalties from the NCAA and their team. And again, we've got compliance folks here from the athletics departments who may be better suited, since this is a new policy, to address on their past experience a better answer to that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I'd like to invite any of our athletic department leaders to come forward if you'd like to respond or provide any of your perspectives. I see Mr. Harper, the athletic director at UNLV, approaching the podium. Welcome.
Eric Harper, for the record, to answer Regent McGrath's question. This past fall in volleyball, our student athletes chose to play against a team with a transgender, and we left it completely up to their decision. If they would have chosen not to, we would have supported that as well.
Thank you for that. What about if an employee, what if a coach wanted to take a strong position and do the opposite of what the university wanted or what the policy was? I mean, what would the employment ramifications potentially be, if any?
If the coach went against the student athletes, I believe at that point there would have to be a very, very serious discussion before that contest, because we want to make sure the student athlete's voice is heard. So that would be a very serious conversation with HR, depending on what we can do in that particular case, legally.
And Jimmy Martinez for the record, just to clarify some of that, when these conversations are had and the administration's decision is made, it's on these type of matters, it's in consultation with legal. And if any employee was given certain direction and they refused, and they went a different way and they refused to listen, it would be outside the scope of their duties, and there would be employment action taken against them at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? Sure, Regent Gogachia.
Just because I'm old, I can make this comment, but, I think, male, female in athletics, this is the low-hanging fruit. This is a social issue that goes far up the ladder above that, and we're going to have to deal with it. My generation, I struggle with going in a facility when somebody coming out is dressed in a woman's dress. I go back and check the sign, make sure I'm not at the wrong facility. So, it is a problem, especially for my generation, but it's something we're going to have to deal with. To me, this women in athletics or, transgenders in women's athletics is a low-hanging fruit compared to what we're looking at as a society. So with that, I'll let it go.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Batista, please.
Regent Batista for the record. I just wanted to echo what Regent Brown and Regent Fernandez said, and I do kind of believe that this is a non-issue and there are bigger issues that we should be worrying about. And, it is in my opinion that a transgender woman is a woman at the end of the day, and we need to protect women. So.
Thank you. I will go to Regent Brooks, and then I'll go to Regent Goodman for the final comment.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And it certainly was not my intention to try to take up more time unnecessarily regarding this conversation. I feel like it's an important conversation to have, and I appreciate your latitude. And I certainly appreciate, and how fantastic is it that we can actually sit and have these conversations and really fundamentally disagree in terms of where we are. And while we are echoing the same thing in terms of, gosh, we really want to be able to protect students, we just look at it a little bit differently, and I believe that that's okay. Are there other matters at hand that we can spend the next 3 or 4 days having a conversation about? Absolutely. There are a lot of things that we've got to address in higher education. But for me and for those of us who brought the agenda item forward, I believe this is one of those things that we're going to have to tackle. And there's a story that someone told me that I often think about sometimes when, particularly out doing community service or community work, and it's the starfish story. I don't know how many people are familiar with it, but it's a great story. So there's this girl on the beach. There's a bunch of starfish that have come to shore, and there's a girl picking up starfish one at a time and placing them back into the ocean. And this guy comes by and he says, hey, girl, what are you doing? And she says, I'm putting the starfish back in the ocean. And he says, do you not see the amount of starfish that have come to shore? They're scattered everywhere. How are you gonna help them all? And she says, I don't know that I can help them all, but I can help this one. And she put that one back in the ocean. And I kind of feel like, hey, if we can help one student, if we can help 2 students, if we can enhance the student experience that folks are having on our campuses, particularly collegiate athletes, then I'm all for it. And I respect and enjoy the conversations that we can have on this board. And I think it's a fantastic process. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you so much. I'm obviously a little bit passionate about this, so when I give my retort, just know that it's because I feel very, very passionate about this. I'm not comfortable sitting here and having our athletes go out there and play biological men. I'm not comfortable at the possibility of someone getting hurt. And I find it interesting with my colleague Regent Brown, who's listing statistics, but earlier you said if just one graduate student is getting harassed, that's a problem. Well, if just one female student athlete feels uncomfortable, it's not okay. And so for me, I do believe this is a slippery slope. I do believe that we've seen multiple cases nationwide of transgender women who have just decided to, they played for 2 years on the men's sport, and then they decided to play on the women's sport. So I also believe that a transgender woman is not a woman. XX chromosomes are women, XY chromosomes are men. So it's not a woman. And biologically, they're different. And so really what we're talking about here is, I don't want to see anyone get hurt either. And we should probably ask Peyton McNabb, who got spiked in the face and suffered from partial paralysis. So, I don't want to see anyone get hurt either. But transgender women can play biological sports with males. And I think what we probably need to do is do some kind of awareness. And I said this in the NIAA meeting. They are able to play with biological males. And maybe what we need to do is have some kind of awareness so that these transgender women are not getting bullied when they're playing with the males. I just think that we're looking at two very different, this is an issue of sex. And I just think that it's very important. I don't think it's not worth talking about, because if we're supposed to be looking out for our students, this is included in that. And I have one more question for Linda. I'm wondering, is there a way for us to implement policy so that perhaps we can put within our policy and guidelines unaltered birth certificate? And maybe they have to sign an affidavit stating that they are a certain sex. Are we able to at least do that within our policy and guidelines so that we can, at least take some kind of action to make sure that our girls and our women are protected?
Linda King for the record. I think that a policy runs into the legal challenges that I described earlier. I think that a procedures and guidelines manual change would probably run into the same legal challenges that I outlined earlier. I think that we need to wait and see how the federal landscape plays out. But that doesn't mean that the conversation ends, and it doesn't mean that I can't continue to, keep this item on my task list and have further discussions and do further research. I think that it's an evolving issue, and your legal office is happy to do that.
Thank you so much for all your work on this. I know you put a lot of time, and I do feel it's very important. This is something that is going to be taking a larger hold probably as we move forward, and we definitely need clarity from a federal level and from a state level. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Regent Prager.
Susan Breger for the record. I really just want to say that there is never a non-issue, because we each have our different passions, and I will respect your items, anyone's items, I should say it that way, that you bring forward and listen intently, but I will never think it's a non-issue, because women are women and men are men. And yes, you can have surgery to be just about anything you want right now, but you still are not a biological woman due to the chromosome factor. And I think we need to be careful there that we're crossing over a bridge that's unhealthy, and it may be one person and then 10 people and then 20 people. There was none of this when I grew up that we knew of. And obviously that's been shared different in this boardroom by a lady that we all had known and didn't know something at that time. So I don't want anyone to take any of our issues or non-issues. I do think that that's not really how we look at each other, because anything you want or you want or you want or Regent Goodman wants, I might think differently, but I respect the fact that you care about it. And I think we need to be cautious of how we treat each other.
Thank you. I will, since I am the chair, I get to say the last word on this. I just will say that I appreciate everyone's perspective on this. I will say that transgender people have been in cultures throughout the world for a very, very long time. As a student of anthropology, I know that to be a fact. So that, and there are times that they are embraced, and then there are times that they are shunned. And I hope that we can move forward in a way that also allows those people respect and protections in the future, and not to just say we don't know them or they don't exist. They always have existed, and they deserve our respect as well. So with that, I will move on to item number 9, new business. I realize that Vice Chair Downs has some new business, so I'll go to him first.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Two items I'd like to look at going forward. One, in light of the potential budget constraints that's been addressed today especially, I'd like to explore which services that are duplicated at various institutions may be able to be centralized within Business Center North and Business Center South, leaving more of a skeleton crew at the institution for those services. And then I'd like to return to the discussion we had starting last summer, or continued last summer, about concurrent enrollment offered by institutions to ensure quality and rigor that are offered with the courses. I'd like to close any qualification loopholes that might exist and address concerns surrounding service areas and regions.
Thank you. Any other new business? Yes, Regent Goodman.
I would like to investigate the possibility of creating a task force of HR individuals and campus graduate student representatives to address harassment issues on the varied campuses.
Thank you. Any other new business? Yes, Regent Fernandez.
I would appreciate if we could get an update from our college campuses as to how they are continuing to protect our Jewish students on campus, especially in terms of anti-Semitism that's happening nationwide.
Thank you. Anything else? Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. My new business item, I would like to refine the NSHE data dashboard from transitioning from merely reporting institutional statistics to integrating and highlighting the direct contributions of NSHE institutions to the economic development of Nevada.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, new business, I will move to public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
None from GBC at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ginger Doe, last name DOE. I'm a biology professor, and I would just like to say that biological sex and gender are not the same thing, and neither are binary when you look at chromosomal levels or the genetic levels. Thank you.
Here, that's all the public comment I see in Reno.
Thank you very much. Public comment here in Las Vegas.
Doug Unger, DOUG, UNGER, UNLV Chapter President, Nevada Faculty Alliance. April 17th, 8 days ago, a mass shooting at Florida State University murdered 2 and injured 6 other members of their university community. This is a painful reminder of the December 6, 2023 mass shooting on the UNLV campus and should set off some urgency in all of us about campus safety and security throughout our system. We need upgrades, cameras, central upgraded communications technology, classroom doors that lock from the inside, other technological and infrastructure improvements that are really expensive and that are urgently needed. I know that UNLV's done all it can with about $4 to $5 million. Interim President Heavey could probably correct me on exactly how much we've spent, but we really don't have that funding now. Budget closing is May 2nd for NSHE. That means we have 8 days really to get a message across. So I would like to ask all of you to use your legislative contacts, to use as many communication methods that you have to try to persuade our legislators to approve at least the one-shot funding that is in the governor's recommended budget, and more if possible, but at least that $11 million. There's going to be a scramble for funding. I know there's going to be these weird bills that are exempt, that turn up, that have funding inside of them, and who knows what funding's going to get magically dropped in other bills. Please do all you can to make sure we get that funding for safety and security for our campus system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ted Johnson, for the record, spelled Johnson, a graduate assistant and astrophysics PhD student at UNLV. I'm disappointed with the board for taking an opposing position to AB 191, and I'm more disappointed with NSHE and institutional leadership for intentionally misleading the board. For example, Kelly Sherrado misled the board about the outcome of our recent April 16th meeting when she implied that GAs were unaware of anti-harassment or anti-discrimination resources available to them. We were very clear. GAs know what university resources are available around harassment and discrimination issues, and none replace the independent grievance process and enforceable protections that would come with the CBA. I bring up this example specifically because the resources that Kelly referred to, us requesting specifically, refer to information regarding the illegal deportation of our international colleagues. This is a serious issue that has rocked our campus over the past month, in which GAs were trying to collaborate with NSHE to better support international scholars. The fact that she used this instance out of context to minimize other GA issues is sickening. The Regents have asked at several points today where the process is breaking down for addressing GA issues of harassment, discrimination, bullying, and other unfair treatment. I want to be very clear about this issue. The breakdown is the underlying power imbalance between GAs and the administration. Without a union, we have to trust in the university's ability to police itself. Despite numerous examples of powerful abusers being shielded from accountability, is it any wonder then that there is widespread underreporting? Only with a union can GAs have access to an independent grievance process with the option of a neutral arbitration if the issues are not resolved at an earlier stage. This is what enables GAs to have the confidence that beyond the goodwill of individual administrators, reporting will lead to actual change and won't irreparably damage their careers. That's what real change looks like. We appreciate the support that Chair Carvalho and other Regents expressed today for GA collective bargaining. Now that the Regents have made your position on AB 191 clear, we ask that you make a compromise and use the authority that you have to modify the handbook.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Adam. I am GA at UNLV. I'd like to answer some questions and refute some misinformation given to Regents. GAs are aware of how report our experiences. In fact, we actually go through trainings every academic semester. GAs feel afraid of reporting the issues due to harassment they have experienced and seen. There is a need for independent grievance processes and to aid the current processes already in place. Multiple times, it was inferred that GAs are not providing full accounts of the harassment and discrimination they have faced. This is not true. Several of us actually recorded video testimonies that we'll be sending to you through email after this meeting. And we have provided survey data to the university about the prevalence of these issues. This information should be the first red flag to the fact that GA's voice is not taken seriously. The benefits mentioned during the presentation do not apply to all GAs. For example, not everybody gets 100% tuition waiver, as mentioned in the presentation. I personally pay about $6,000 a semester, every semester, in registration fees. Also, we do not get paid every month of the year. So saying that we get a certain amount a month is also misleading. Many GAs receive appointments on a semester-by-semester basis, and many do not receive any summer appointment. This is especially a problem for international scholars who are not allowed to work off campus. Many international scholars, like myself included, are hung to dry at least 3 months of the year during summer terms without any means of survival. Although the Regents have voted to oppose AB 191, you can still modify the handbook and recognize our GA union. Regent Downs in the April 16th meeting suggested that we would need to have an election to make our union efficient, and we would be happy to discuss scheduling that. And we'd be happy to discuss how to continue the recognition process. One way Regents can also get to the complete picture of what impacts GAs is by asking GAs, and we would love to meet with you. We're gonna be emailing you to schedule those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I was remiss in putting an apology on the record to Lieutenant Governor Anthony for not being able to have him give his public comment. So I do appreciate Regent Goodman doing that on his behalf. I know sometimes it is tough on the phone, so I did want to put that on the record. Okay. With that, this meeting is adjourned at 2:38. workforce will start at 2:50. Thank you.